You fool! Warren is dead. HorrorBabble's Ghost Stories. The Third Shadow by H.R. Wakefield. And the other man on the rope, Andrew? I asked. Did you ever encounter him? He gave me a quick glance and tapped the ash from his cigarette. Well, is there such a one? He asked, smiling. I've many times read of him, I replied. Didn't Smythe actually see him on the Brenva face and again on that last dread lap of Everest? Sir Andrew paused before replying. No one, glancing casually at that eminent and superbly discreet civil servant, Sir Andrew Poursuivant, would have guessed that in his day and prime he had been the second-best amateur mountaineer of all time, with a dozen first ascents to his immortal fame, and many more than a dozen of the closest looks at death vouchsafed to any man. One who had leaped almost from the womb onto his first hill, a gravity defier by right of birth, soon to revolutionize the technique of rock climbing, and later to write two of the very finest books on his exquisite art. Yet there was something about that uncompromising buttress, his chin, the superbly modelled arête, his nose, those unflinching blue tarns, his eyes, and the high wide cliff of his brow to persuade the reader of faces that here was a born man of action, endowed with that strange and strangely named faculty, presence of mind, which ever finds in great emergency and peril the stimulus to a will and a cunning to meet and conquer them. We were seated in my stateroom in the Queen Elizabeth, bound for New York. He for some recurrent brawl, I on the interminable quest for dollars. The big tub was pitching hard into a nor'west blizzard and creaking her vast length. I am but an honorary member of the Corps of Mountaineers, having no head for the game. But I love it dearly by proxy, and as the sage tells us, he who thinks on Himalaya shall have pardon for all sins, and the same is true, I hope, of lesser ranges. I dined with Sir Andrew perhaps half a dozen times a year, and usually persuaded him on these felicitous occasions to tell me some great tale of the past. Hence, on this felicitous occasion, my fishing inquiry. Yes, so I remember, he presently said. But are there not nice and plausible explanations for that? The illusions consequent on great height, great strain? You may remember Smythe, who is highly psychic, saw something else from Everest, very strange wings beating the icy air. He isn't the only one, I said. It's a well-documented tradition. It is. I agree. Guides, too, have known his presence, and always at moments of great stress and danger, and he has left them when these moments passed. And if they do not pass, the fanciful might suggest he meets them on the other side. But who he is, no one knows. I grant you also, I myself have sometimes felt that over, say, 12,000 feet, one moves into a realm where nothing is quite the same. Or perhaps, and more likely, it is just one's mind that changes, and becomes more susceptible and exposed to, well, certain oddities. But you have never encountered this particular oddity, I insisted. What an importunate bagman you are. I believe you have, Andrew, and you must tell me of it. That is not quite so, he replied. But it will be 35 long years ago next June. I did once have a very terrible experience that had associated with it certain subsidiary experiences somewhat recalcitrant to explanation. That is a very cautious pronouncement, Andrew. Phrased in the jargon of my trade, Bill. And you're going to relate it to me? I suppose so. I've never actually told it to another, and it will give me no pleasure to rouse it from my memory. But perhaps I owe it to you. Fill your glass, mind that lurch, and proceed." "I haven't told it before," said Sir Andrew. "Partly because it's distasteful to recall, and partly for the reason that the prudent sea captain turns his blind eye on a sea serpent and keeps a buttoned lip over the glimpse he caught. No one much appreciates the grin of incredulous derision. I promise to keep a straight face," I assured him. "Yes, I rather think you will. Well, all those years ago, in that remote and golden time, I knew and climbed with a man I will call Brown. He was about my age. He had inherited considerable position and fortune, and he was heir also to that irresistible and consuming passion for high places, their conquest and company which, given the least opportunity, will never be denied, and only decrepitude or death can frustrate. Technically, he was a master in all departments, a finished cragsman, and just as expert on snow and ice. But there was just occasionally an unmastered streak of recklessness in him which floored him as a leader, and everyone, including myself, preferred to have him lower down the rope. It was, perhaps, due to one of these reckless seizures, that after our 4th season together, he proposed to a wench who replied promptly in the affirmative. He was a smallish fellow, though immensely lithe, active, strong, and tough. She was not far short of 6 feet, and tipped the beam at 168 pounds, mostly muscle. With what suicidal folly, my dear Bill, do these infatuate pygmies, like certain miserable male insects, doom themselves with such Boadiceas, and how pitilessly and jocundly do those monsters bounce upon their prey! Oh, this particular specimen was terribly, viciously county, immensely handsome, and intolerably authoritarian. Speaking evil of the dead is often the only revenge permitted us, and I have no intention of refraining from saying that I have seldom, almost certainly never, disliked anyone more than Hecate Quorn. Besides being massive and menacing to the nth degree, she was endowed with a reverberating contralto which loaned a fearsomely oraculate air to her insistent spate of edicts. Marry for lust and repent in haste, the oldest, saddest lesson in the world, and one my poor friend had almost instantly to learn. Once she'd gripped him in her red, remorseless maw, she bullied him incessantly and appeared to dominate him beyond hope of release. Such an old story, I need enlarge upon it no more. How many of our old friends have we watched fall prostrate before these daughters of Masra? She demanded that he should at least attempt to teach her to climb, and females of her build are seldom much good at the game, particularly if they are late beginners. She was no exception, and her nerve turned out to be surprisingly more suspect on a steepish slope than her ghastly assurance on the level would have suggested. Poor Brown plugged away at it, because he feared, if she chucked her hand in, he would never see summer snow again. He did his very desperate best. He hired Fritz Mann, the huskiest and best-tempered of all the Chamonix guides, and between them, on one searing and memorable occasion, they shoved and pulled and hauled and slid her on feet and rump to creditably near the summit of Mont Blanc. She loathed the ordeal, but she refused to give in, just because she knew poor Brown was longing to join up with a good party and have some fun. I need say no more. You have sufficient imagination fully to realize the melancholy and humiliating pass of my sad friend. And of course it wasn't only in Haute-Savoie and Valais she made his life hell. It was at least purgatory for the rest of the year. She was eternal punishment, one might say. A harsh sentence for a moment's indiscretion. What about those occasional feckless flashes? I asked. Had she quenched and overlaid those too? Permit me to tell this story my own way, and pour me out another drink. In the second summer after their marriage, the Browns had preceded me by a few days to the mountaineer, which, doubtless you recall, is a hotel overlooking the Mer de Glace, 3,000 feet above Chamonix. When I arrived there late one evening, I found the place in a turmoil, and Brown apparently almost out of his mind. Hecate had fallen down a crevasse that morning, and, as a matter of fact, her body was never recovered. I took him to my room, gave him a stiff drink, and he blurted out his sorry tale. He had taken her out on the murder glass for a morning's training, he said, determined to take no risks whatsoever. They had wandered a little way up the glacier, perhaps further than he'd intended. He'd cut some steps for her to practice on, and so forth. Presently, he'd encountered a crevasse crossed by a snow bridge, which he'd tested and found perfectly reliable. He'd passed over himself, but when she followed, she'd gone straight through. The rope had snapped, and that was that. They'd lowered a guide, but the hole went down forever, and it was quite hopeless. Hecate must have died instantly. That was the only assuaging thought. "Should that rope have gone, Arthur?" I asked. "Can I see it?" He produced it. It was poor stuff, an Austrian make, which had once been very popular, but had been found unreliable and the cause of several accidents. There was also old bruising near the break. It wasn't a reassuring bit of stuff. "I realize," said Brown hurriedly. "I shouldn't have kept that piece. As you know, I'm a stickler for perfection in a rope, but we were just having a little easy work, and as that rope's light and she always found it so hard to manage one, I took it along. I had no intention of actually having to trust to it. We were just turning back when it happened. I swear to you that bridge seemed absolutely sound." "She was a good deal heavier than you, Arthur," I said. "I know, but I made every allowance for that." "I quite understand," I said. "Well, it's just too bad," or words to that effect. I was rather at a loss for appropriate expressions. He was obviously acting a part. I didn't blame him. He had to. He had to appear heavy with grief when he was feeling, in a sense, as light as mountaineer. He got a shade tight that evening, and his efforts to sustain two such conflicting moods would have amused a more cynical and detached observer than myself. Besides, I foresaw the troubles ahead. The French held an inquiry, of course, and inevitably exonerated him completely. Then I took him home to face the music, which, as I'd expected, was strident and loud enough. How far was it justified, I asked myself. He should, perhaps, not have taken Hecate up so far. Even if that rope hadn't gone, he'd never have been able to pull her up by himself. It would have taken two very strong men to have done that. He could merely have held her there, and she would, I suppose, have died of slow strangulation, unless help had quickly come. Yet, there is always a risk, however prudently you try to play that game. It is the first of its rules, and nothing will ever eliminate it. You must take my word for all this, which is rather outside your sphere of judgment. All the same, the condition of that rope, and I wasn't the only one to examine it, didn't help things. Still, all that wouldn't have mattered nearly so much if he'd been a happily married man. I needn't dwell on that. Anyway, the dirty rumour followed him home and resounded there. "What was your candid opinion, Andrew?" I asked. "I must ask you," he replied. "To believe, a rather hard thing, that I had and have no opinion, candid or otherwise. It could have been a pure accident. All could have happened exactly as he said it did. I've no valid reason to suppose otherwise. He may have been a bit careless. I might have been so myself. One takes such practice mornings rather lightly. There is risk, as I've said, but it's minuscule compared with the real thing. The expert mountaineer develops an exquisitely nice and certain feel for degrees of danger. It is the conditioned precept of his survival, and adjusts his whole personality to changing degrees. He must take the small ones in his stride. The errors of judgment, if any, that Brown committed were petty and excusable. His reason for taking that rope was sensible enough, in a way. Yes, I put in. I can more or less understand all that, but you actually knew him well, and you're a shrewd judge of character. You're in a privileged position to decide. Was I? A very learned judge once told me he'd find it far easier to decide the guilt or innocence of an absolute stranger than of a close friend. The personal equation confuses the problem and pollutes the understanding. I think he was perfectly right. Anyway, I am shrewd enough to know when I am baffled, and I have always felt the balance of probability was peculiarly nicely poised. In a word, I have no opinion. Well, I have, I proclaimed. I think he had a sudden, fearful temptation. I don't think it was exactly premeditated, yet always, as it were, at the back of his mind. He realized that bridge would go when she had her weight on it, knew a swift, reckless temptation, and let it rip. I think he'd kept that rotten rope because he'd always felt in a vague, half-repressed way it might, as they say, come in handy one day. Sir Andrew shrugged his shoulders. Very subtle, no doubt, he said, and you may be right, but I know I shall never be able to decide. Perhaps it's that personal equation, for I was always fond of him, and he saved my life more than once at the greatest peril to his own. And since his marriage, that ordeal of thumbscrew and rack, I had developed profound sympathy for him. Hecate was far better dead. I greeted his release with a saturnine cheer. We will leave that point. Well, he had to face a very bad time. Hecate's relatives were many and influential, and they pulled no punches, no stabs in the back, rather. No one, of course, actually cried murder in public, but such terms as darned odd, very happy release, accidents must happen, and so on, were in lively currency. Very few people comprehend the first thing about mountaineering, just sultry, celluloid visions of high-altitude and octane villains slashing ropes. So this sepsis found receptive bloodstreams. I did my best to foster antibodies and rallied my fellow climbers to the defense, but we were hopelessly outnumbered and outgunned, and it was lucky for poor Brown he had more than sufficient private means to retire from public life to his estate and his farming, and insulate himself to some extent against the slings and arrows which were so freely and cruelly flying about. I spent a weekend with him in April, and was shocked at his appearance. Even life with Hecate had never reduced him to such a pass. His nerves were forever on the jump. He had those glaring, insomniac eyes. He was drinking far more and eating far less than was good for him. He looked a driven, haunted man. Haunted? I asked. I know what you mean, he said, but I don't think I can be more definite. I will say, however, I found the atmosphere of the house unquiet, and was very glad to quit it. Anyway, something had to be done. You must start climbing again, Arthur, I said. Never. My nerve's gone, he replied. Nonsense, I said. We'll leave on June 3rd for Chamonix. You must conquer all this, and at the very place which tests you most starkly. You will be amongst friends. It will be a superb nerve tonic. This tittle-tattle will inevitably die down. It has started to do so already, I fancy. There is nothing to fear, as you'll discover once you're fit again. Come back to your first, your greatest, your only real love. What will people say? He muttered uncertainly. What say they let them say? Actually, I think it'll be very good propaganda. No one would believe a guilty man would return to the scene of such a crime. My dear Arthur, you're a bit young to die, aren't you? If you stay moping here, you'll be in the family vault in a couple of years. I'll get the tickets, and we'll dine together at the Alpine Club on June the 2nd, at 8 p.m. precisely. To this he promptly agreed, and his fickle spirits rose. So the 4th of June saw us entering the Montanvert, where our reception was cordial enough. It took him over a week, far longer than usual to get back to anything like his old standard, but I'd expected that. On the 9th day, I decided it was time for a crucial test of his recovery. It was no use frittering about. He'd got to face the hard thing, something far tougher than the practice grounds. After some deliberation, I chose the Don de Chon for the trial run. It was an old friend of ours, and the last time we'd done it, 4 years before, we'd simply raced to the aluminium Madonna, which more or less adorns its summit. The jaunt, I will remind you, is a needle some 13,000 feet high, situated towards the southern rim of that great and glorious lake of ice, part French, part Swiss, part Italian, from which rise some of the most renowned peaks in the world, and of those the acknowledged monarchs are the Grand Juras, the Grépon Aiguille, and, of course, the Mont Blanc Massif itself. It is sacred ground to our fraternity, and the very words ring like a silver peal. The jaunt culminates in a grotesque colossal tooth or rock, some of which is in a fairly advanced state of decay. These things are relative, of course. It will almost certainly be standing there, somewhat diminished in 5,000 years' time. It provides an interesting enough climb, not, in my view, one of the most severe, but sheer and exposed enough. Nowadays, I understand the livelier sections are so festooned with spikes and cords that it resembles the fruit of the union of a porcupine and a puppet. But I have not revisited it for years, and for very sure I never shall again. Brown agreed with my choice, which he declared himself competent to tackle. So off we went late on a promising morning, and made our leisurely way up and across the ice to the hat. He seemed in pretty good shape, and once, when a most towering and displeasing serac fell almost dead on our line, he kept his head, his footing, and his life. Yet somehow I didn't quite like the look of him. He didn't improve as the day wore on, and to tell the truth, I didn't either. Here, Sir Andrew paused, lit a cigarette, and continued more slowly. You are not familiar with such matters, but I will try and explain the cause of my increasing preoccupation. We were, of course, roped almost all day, and from very early on I began to experience those intimations. It is difficult to find the precise, inevitable word, which were increasingly to disturb and perplex me on that tragic expedition. It is extremely hard to make them plain and plausible to you, who have never been hitched to a manila. When merely pursuing a more or less untrammeled course over ice, it is our custom to keep the rope neither trailing nor quite taut. But always, I speak as leader, of course, one is very conscious of the presence and pressure of the man behind. Now, how shall I put it? Well, over and over again it seemed to me as if that rope was behaving oddly, as though the pull I experienced was inconsistent with the distance Brown was keeping behind me, as though something else was exercising pressure nearer to me. Do I make myself at all plain? I think so, I replied. You mean, as though there was someone tied to that rope between you and Brown? Nothing like so definite and distinct as that. Imagine if you were driving a car, and you continually got the impression the brakes were coming on and off, though you knew they were not. You would be puzzled and somewhat disconcerted. I'm afraid that analogy isn't very illuminating. It was just that I was conscious of some inexplicable anomaly connected with our roped progress that day. I remember I kept glancing around in search of an explanation. I tried to convince myself it was due to Brown's somewhat inept, sluggish, and erratic performance, but I was not altogether successful in this attribution. To make it worse, a thick mist came on in the afternoon, and this increased our difficulties, delayed us considerably, and intensified my somber and rather defeatist mood. Certain pious, but in my view misguided persons profess to find in the presence, the atmosphere of these doomed titans, evidence for a benevolent providence and a beneficent cosmic principle. I am not enrolled in their ranks. At best, these eminences seem aloof and neutral, at worst, viciously and virulently hostile. I reverse the pathetic fallacy. That is, to a spirited man, half their appeal. Only once in a long while have I been lulled into a sense of their good will. And if one must endow them with a pantheon, I would people it with the fickle and malicious denizens of Olympus and Valhalla, and not the allegedly philanthropic triad of heaven. In no place is the working of a ruthless, blind causality more starkly shown, and never, for some reason, have I felt that oppressive sense of malignity more acutely than during the last few hours of our climb that day, as we forced our groping way through a nightmare world of ice pillars, many of them as high and ponderous as the Statue of Liberty, destined, each one of them, soon to fall with a thunder like the crack of doom. And all the while I was bothered with that rope. Several times, as I glanced round through the murk, I seemed to sense Brown almost at my heels when he was 30 feet away. Once I actually saw him, as I thought, near enough to touch. It was a displeasing illusion. "Were you scared?" I asked. I was certainly keyed up and troubled. I am never scared, I think, when actually on the move. It was just that there was a noxious puzzle I couldn't solve. We were in no great danger, just experiencing the endemic risks inherent in all such places. But I was mainly responsible for the safety of us both, and my mode of securing that safety was impaired. "I imagine," I said, "that the rope establishes, as it were, some psychic bond between those it links." "An unexpectedly precipient remark," replied Sir Andrew. "That is precisely the case. The rope makes the fate of one the fate of all, and each betrays along its strands his spiritual state, his hopes, anxieties, good cheer, or lack of confidence. So I could feel Brown's hesitation and poor craftsmanship, as well as this inexplicable interruption of my proper connection with him. When we eventually reached the hut, I had in no way elucidated the problem. I didn't like the look of Brown. He was far more tired than he should have been, and his nerves were sparking again. He put the best face he could on it, as good mountaineers are trained to do, and declared a night's rest would put him right. I hoped for the best. "Did you mention your trouble with the rope?" "I did not," said Sir Andrew shortly. "For one thing, it might have been purely subjective. For another, what was there to say? And the first duty of the mountaineer is to keep his fears to himself, unless they are liable to imperil his comrades. Never lower the psychic temperature, if it can possibly be avoided. Yet somehow, I cannot define precisely how, I gained the impression he had noticed something, and that this was partly the cause of his malaise. The hut was full, but not unpleasantly so, with young Italians for the most part, and we secured good sleeping places. Then we fed and lay down. It was a night of evil memory. Brown went to sleep almost at once, to sleep and to dream, and to tell of his dreams. He was, apparently, well beyond all doubt dreaming of Hecate and, how shall I put it, in contact, in debate with her. And what made it far more trying to the listener, he was mimicking her voice with perfect virtuosity. This was at once horrible and ludicrous, the most pestilential and disintegrating combination of all, in my opinion. He was, it seemed, pleading with her to leave him alone, to spare him, and she was ruthlessly refusing. I say it seemed, because the repulsive surge of words was blurred, and only at times articulate, just sufficient to give, as it were, the sense of the dialogue. But that was more than enough. The sleep-hungry Italians were naturally and vociferously infuriated, and I was compelled to rouse Brown over and over again, but each time he relapsed into that vilely haunted sleep. Once he raised himself and thrust out blindly with his arms, and Hecate's minatory contralto spewed from his throat, while the Italians mocked and cursed. It was a bestial pandemonium. The Italians left early, loud in their execrations of us. One of them, his black eyes wide with fear and anger, shook his lantern in my face and exclaimed, "Who is this woman?" "What woman?" I replied. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "That is for you to say. I do not think I would climb the jaunt with him if I were you. Good luck, senor. I think you will need it." Then they clattered off, and at 4 o'clock we followed them. I know now I should have taken that Italian's advice and got Brown back by the easiest and quickest route to the hotel. But when I tentatively suggested it, he almost hysterically implored me to carry on. "If I fail this time," he said, "I shall never climb again. I know it. I must conquer it." I was very tired. My judgment and resolution were at a disgracefully low ebb, and I half surrendered. I decided we would go up some of the way to a ledge or platform I remembered, at about the 12,000-foot level, rest, eat, and turn back. We had a tiresome climb up the glacier, Brown in very poor form, and that nuisance on the rope beginning again almost at once. We crossed the big crevasse where the glacier meets the lower rocks and began to ascend. There was still some mist, but it thinned as the sun rose. I led, and Brown, making very heavy weather, followed. The difference between his performance this time and that other I have mentioned was gross and terrifying. I remember doubting if he would ever be a climber again, and realizing I had made a shocking error in going on. I had to nurse him with the greatest care, and there was always that harassing behavior of the rope. Only those with expert knowledge of such work could realize the great and deadly difference it made. I could never be quite sure when I had it properly firm on Brown, and he was climbing like a nervous novice. My own standard of the day was, not surprisingly, none too high. I'd had a damned bad, worried night, and my mind was fussed and preoccupied. Usually one climbs half subconsciously. That is the sign manual of the expert, a rhythmic selection and seizure of holds, with only now and again a fully controlled operation of will and decision. But now I was at full stretch all the time, and ever ready for Brown to slip. Over and over again I was forced to belay the rope to some coign of vantage and coax and ease him up, and there was forever that strong interruption between us. The jaunt was beating us hands down all the time, and I hadn't felt so outclassed since my first season in the Alps. The light became most sinister and garish, the sun striking through the brume, creating a potent and prismed dazzle. So much so that more than once I fancied I saw Brown's outline duplicated, or rather revealed at different levels. And several times it seemed his head appeared just below me when he was still struggling far down. And then there were our shadows, cast huge on the snow face across the gulf, vast and distorted by those strange rays. That there were 3 such shadows, now stationary, now in motion, was an irresistible illusion. There was mine, there was the lesser one of Brown, and there was another in between us. What was causing it? This fascinating and extraordinary puzzle served somewhat to distract my mind from its heavy and intensifying anxiety. At last, to my vast relief, I glanced up and saw that hospitable little platform not more than 60 feet above me. Once there, the worst would be, I thought, over, for I could lower Brown down more easily than get him up. I shouted down to him, "We're nearly there," but he made no reply. I shouted again and listened carefully, and then I could hear him talking, using alternatively his voice and Hecate's. I cannot describe to you the kind of ghostly fear which then seized me. There I was, 1,500 feet up on a pretty sheer precipice, with someone whose mind had clearly gone on my rope, and I had to get him first to the ledge, then try and restore him to a condition in which descent might be possible. I could never leave him there. We must survive or die together. First, I must reach that platform. I set myself to it, and for the time being he continued to climb, clumsily and mechanically, and carrying on that insane dialogue, yet he kept moving. But for how much longer would that mechanism continue to function and bring him to his holds? I conquered my fear, and rallied again that essential detachment of spirit, without which we were both certainly doomed. So I set myself with the utmost care to reach that ledge. Between me and it was a stretch of the Jaunt's rottenest rock, which I suddenly remembered well. It is spiked and roped now, I believe. When that gneiss is bad, it is very, very evil indeed. Mercifully, the mist was not freezing, or we should have been dead here then. How I cursed my insensate folly, the one great criminal blunder of my climbing career. This rush of rage may have saved me, for just when I was struggling up that infamous 45 feet, I got a fearful jerk from the rope. I was right out, attacking a short overhang, exposed 100%, and how I sustained that jerk I shall never know. I even drove my teeth into the rock. It was one of those superhuman efforts only possible to a powerful, fully trained man at the peak of his physical perfection, when he knows that failure means immediate death. Somehow, then, he draws out his final urge of strength and resilience. At last I reached the ledge, belayed like lightning, gasped for breath, and looked down. As I did so, Brown ceased to climb, screamed, and then a torrent of wild, incoherent words spewed from his mouth. I yelled at him encouragement and assurance, but he paid no heed. And, though he was stationary, clawing to his holds, the rope was still under pressure, working and sounding on the belay. No explanation of that has ever been vouchsafed me. For a moment, my glance flickered out across the great gulf onto the dazzling slope opposite, and there were my shadows and Brown's, and another, which seemed still on the move and reaching down towards him. I could see his body trembling in every muscle, and I knew he must go at any second. I shouted down wildly again and again, telling him I had him firm and that he could take his time, but again he paid no heed. I couldn't get him up. I must go down to him. There was just one possible way which, a shade technical, I will not describe to you. Nor is there need or point in doing so, for suddenly Brown relinquished all holds and swung out. As my eye followed him, once more it caught those shadows, and now there were but two, Brown's hideously enlarged. For a moment he hung there, screaming and thrashing out with his arms, his whole body in violent motion, and then he began to spin most horribly, faster and faster, and almost it seemed in the visual chaos of that whirl as though there were two bodies lashed and struggling in each other's arms. Then somehow, in his writhings, he worked free of the rope and fell 2,000 feet to his death on the glacier below, leaving my shadow alone, gigantic, on the snow. That is all, and I want no questions, because I know I should have no answers for them, and I am off to bed. As for your original question, I've done my best to answer it. But remember this, perchance such questions can never quite be answered. The Dance of Death by Algernon Blackwood. Brown went to the dance feeling genuinely depressed, for the doctor just warned him that his heart was weak, and that he must be exceedingly careful in the matter of exertion. "Dancing?" he asked, with that assumed lightness some natures affect in the face of a severe shock, the plucky instinct to conceal pain. "Well, in moderation, perhaps," hummed the doctor. "Not wildly," he added, with a smile that betrayed something more than mere professional sympathy. At any other time Brown would probably have laughed, but the doctor's serious manner put a touch of ice on the springs of laughter. At the age of 26, one hardly realizes death. Life is still endless, and it is only old people who have hearts and such like afflictions. So it was that the professional dictum came as a real shock, and with it, too, as a sudden revelation, came that little widening of sympathy for others that is part of every deep experience as the years roll up and pass. At first he thought of sending an excuse. He went about carefully, making the buses stop dead before he got out, and going very slowly up steps. Then, gradually, he grew more accustomed to the burden of his dread secret. The commonplace events of the day, the hated drudgery of the office, where he was an underpaid clerk, the contact with other men who bore similar afflictions with assumed indifference, the fault-finding of the manager, making him fearful of his position, all this helped to reduce the sense of first alarm, and, instead of sending an excuse, he went to the dance, as we have seen, feeling deeply depressed, and moving all the time as if he carried in his side a brittle glass globe that the least jarring might break into 1,000 pieces. The spontaneous jollity natural to a boy and girl dance served, however, to emphasize vividly the contrast of his own mood, and to make him very conscious again of his little hidden source of pain. But, though he would gladly have availed himself of a sympathetic ear among the many there whom he knew intimately, he nevertheless exercised the restraint natural to his character, and avoided any reference to the matter that bulked so largely in his consciousness. Once or twice he was tempted, but a prevision of the probable conversation that would ensue stopped him always in time. "Oh, I am so sorry, Mr. Brown, and you mustn't dance too hard, you know." And then his careless laugh, as he remarked that it didn't matter a bit, and his little joke as he whirled his partner off for another spin. He knew, of course, there was nothing very sensational about being told that one's heart was weak. Even the doctor had smiled a little, and he now recalled more than one acquaintance who had the same trouble and made light of it. Yet it sounded in Brown's life a note of profound and sinister gloom. It snatched beyond his reach at one fell swoop all that he most loved and enjoyed, destroying 1,000 dreams and painting the future a dull drab color without hope. He was an idealist at heart, hating the sordid routine of the life he led as a business underling. His dreams were of the open air, of mountains, forests, and great plains, of the sea, and of the lonely places of the world. Wind and rain spoke intimately to his soul, and the storms of heaven, as he heard them raging at. Night, round his high room in Bloomsbury, stirred savage yearnings that haunted him for days afterwards with the voices of the desert. Sometimes, during the lunch hour, when he escaped temporarily from the artificial light and close air of his high office stool, to see the white clouds sailing by overhead, and to hear the wind singing in the wires, it set such a fever in his blood that for the remainder of the afternoon he found it impossible to concentrate on his work, and thus exasperated the loud-voiced manager almost to madness. Having no expectations and absolutely no practical business ability, he was fortunate, however, in having a place at all, and the hard fact that promotion was unlikely made him all the more careful to keep his dreams in their place, to do his work as well as possible, and to save what little he could. His holidays were the only points of light in an otherwise dreary existence, and one day, when he should have saved enough, he looked forward vaguely to a life close to nature, perhaps a shepherd on 100 hills, a dweller in the woods, within sound of his beloved trees and waters, where the smell of the earth and campfire would be ever in his nostrils, and the running stream always ready to bear his boat swiftly away into happiness. And now the knowledge that he had a weak heart came to spoil everything. It shook his dream to the very foundations. It depressed him utterly. Any moment the blow might fall. It might catch him in the water, swimming, or halfway up the mountain, or midway in one of his lonely tramps, just when his enjoyment depended most upon his being reckless and forgetful of bodily limitations, that freedom of the spirit in the wilderness he so loved. He might even be forced to spend his holiday, to say nothing of the dream of the far future, in some farmhouse, quietly, instead of gloriously in the untrodden wilds. The thought made him angry with pain. All day he was haunted and dismayed, and all day he heard the wind whispering among branches and the water lapping somewhere against sandy banks in the sun. The dance was a small subscription affair, hastily arranged and happily informal. It took place in a large hall that was used in the daytime as a gymnasium, but the floor was good, and the music more than good. Foils and helmets hung round the walls, and high up under the brown rafters were ropes, rings, and trapezes coiled away out of reach, their unsightliness further concealed by an array of brightly coloured flags. Only the light was not of the best, for the hall was very long, and the gallery at the far end loomed in a sort of twilight that was further deepened by the shadows of the flags overhead. But its benches afforded excellent sitting-out places, where strong light was not always an essential to happiness, and no one dreamed of finding fault. At first he danced cautiously, but by degrees the spirit of the time and place relieved his depression and helped him to forget. He had probably exaggerated the importance of his malady. Lots of other fellows, even as young as he was, had weak hearts and thought nothing of it. All the time, however, there was an undercurrent of sadness and disappointment not to be denied. Something had gone out of life. A note of darkness had crept in. He found his partners dull, and they no doubt found him still duller. Yet this dance, with nothing apparently to distinguish it from 100 others, stood out in all his experience with an indelible red mark against it. It is a common trick of nature, and a profoundly significant one, that, just when despair is deepest, she waves a wand before the weary eyes and does her best to waken an impossible hope. Her idea, presumably, being to keep her victim going actively to the very end of the chapter, lest through indifference he should lose something of the lesson she wishes to teach. Thus it was that, midway in the dance, Brown's listless glance fell upon a certain girl, whose appearance instantly galvanized him into a state of keenest possible desire. A flash of white light entered his heart, and set him all on fire to know her. She attracted him tremendously. She was dressed in pale green, and always danced with the same man, a man about his own height and colouring, whose face, however, he never could properly see. They sat out together much of the time, always in the gallery where the shadows were deepest. The girl's face he saw clearly, and there was something about her that simply lifted him bodily out of himself and sent strange thrills of delight coursing over him like shocks of electricity. Several times their eyes met, and when this happened, he could not tear his glance away. She fascinated him, and all the forces in his being merged into a single desire to be with her, to dance with her, speak with her, and to know her name. Especially he wondered who the man was she so favoured. He reminded him so oddly of himself. No one knows precisely what he himself looks like, but this tall dark figure, whose face he never could contrive to see, started the strange thought in him that it was his own double. In vain he sought to compass an introduction to this girl. No one seemed to know her. Her dress, her hair, and a certain wondrous slim grace made him think of a young tree waving in the wind, of ivy leaves, of something that belonged to the life of the woods, rather than to ordinary humanity. She possessed him, filling his thoughts with wild woodland dreams. Once, too, he was certain when their eyes met that she smiled at him, and the call was so well-nigh irresistible that he almost dropped his partner's arm to run after her. But it seemed impossible to obtain an introduction from anyone. "Do you know who that girl is over there?" he asked one of his partners while sitting out a square dance, half exhausted with his exertions. "The one up there in the gallery. In pink. No, the one in green, I mean. Oh, next the wallflower lady in red. In the gallery, not under it," he explained impatiently. "I can't see up there, it's so dark," returned the girl after a careful survey through glasses. "I don't think I see anyone at all." "It is rather dark," he remarked. "Why, do you know who she is?" she asked foolishly. He did not like to insist. It seemed so rude to his partner. But this sort of thing happened once or twice. Evidently no one knew this girl in green, or else he described her so inaccurately that the people he asked looked at someone else instead. "In that green sort of ivy-looking dress," he tried another. "With the rose in her hair and the red nose, or the one sitting out?" After that he gave it up finally. His partner seemed to sniff a little when he asked. Evidently, the Désirée was not a popular maiden. Soon after, too, she disappeared, and he lost sight of her. Yet the thought that she might have gone home made his heart sink into a sort of horrible blackness. He lingered on much later than he intended in the hope of getting an introduction, but at last, when he had filled all his engagements, or nearly all, he made up his mind to slip out and go home. It was already late, and he had to be in the office, that hateful office, punctually at 9 o'clock. He felt tired, awfully tired, more so than ever before at a dance. It was, of course, his weak heart. He still dawdled a little while, however, hoping for another glimpse of the sylph in green, hungering for a last look that he could carry home with him and perhaps mingle with his dreams. The mere thought of her filled him with pain and joy, and a sort of rarefied delight he had never known before. But he could not wait forever, and it was already close upon 2 o'clock in the morning. His rooms were only a short distance down the street. He would light a cigarette and stroll home. No, he had forgotten for a moment. Without a cigarette, the doctor had been very stern on that point. He was in the act of turning his back on the whirl of dancing figures, when the flags at the far end of the room parted for an instant in the moving air, and his eye rested upon the gallery just visible among the shadows. A great pain ran swiftly through his heart as he looked. There were only 2 figures seated there, the tall, dark man who was his double, and the ivy girl in green. She was looking straight at him down the length of the room, and even at that distance he could see that she smiled. He stopped short. The flags waved back again and hid the picture, but on the instant he made up his mind to act. There, among all this dreary crowd of dancing dolls, was someone he really wanted to know, to speak with, to touch, someone who drew him beyond all he had ever known and made his soul cry aloud. The room was filled with automatic lay figures, but here was someone alive. He must know her. It was impossible to go home without speech, utterly impossible. A fresh stab of pain, worse than the first, gave him momentary pause. He leant against the wall for an instant just under the clock, where the hands pointed to 2, waiting for the swooning blackness to go. Then he passed on, disregarding it utterly. It supplied him, in truth, with the extra little impetus he needed to set the will into vigorous action, for it reminded him forcibly of what might happen. His time might be short. He had known few enough of the good things of life. He would seize what he could. He had no introduction, but to the devil with the conventions. The risk was nothing. To meet her eyes at close quarters, to hear her voice, to know something of the perfume of that hair and dress, what was the risk of a snub compared to that? He slid down the side of the long room, dodging the dancers as best he could. The tall man, he noted, had left the gallery, but the girl sat on alone. He made his way quickly up the wooden steps, light as air, trembling with anticipation. His heart beat like a quick-padded hammer, and the blood played a tambourine in his ears. It was odd he did not meet the tall man on the stairs, but doubtless there was another exit from the gallery that he had not observed. He topped the stairs and turned the corner. By Jove, she was still there, a few feet in front of him, sitting with her arms upon the railing, peering down upon the dancers below. His eyes swayed for a moment, and something clutched at the very roots of his being. But he did not hesitate. He went up, quite close past the empty seats, meaning to ask naturally and simply if he might beg for the pleasure of a dance. Then, when he was within a few feet of her side, the girl suddenly turned and faced him, and the words died away on his lips. They seemed absolutely foolish and inadequate. "Yes, I am ready," she said quietly, looking straight into his eyes. "But what a long time you were in coming. Was it such a great effort to leave?" The form of the question struck him as odd, but he was too happy to pause. He became transfigured with joy. The sound of her voice instantly drowned all the clatter of the ballroom, and seemed to him the only thing in the whole world. It did not break on the consonants like most human speech. It flowed smoothly. It was the sound of wind among branches, of water running over pebbles. It swept into him and caught him away, so that for a moment he saw his beloved woods and hills and seas. The stars were somewhere in it too, and the murmur of the plains. By the gods, here was a girl he could speak with in the words of silence. She stretched every string in his soul and then played on them. His spirit expanded with life and happiness. She would listen gladly to all that concerned him. To her he could talk openly about his poor broken heart, for she would sympathize. Indeed, it was all he could do to prevent himself running forward at once with his arms outstretched to take her. There was a perfume of earth and woods about her. "Oh, I am so awfully glad," he began lamely, his eyes on her face. Then, remembering something of earthly manners, he added, My name is—" Something unusual, something indescribable in her gesture stopped him. She had moved to give him space at her side. "Your name!" She laughed, drawing her green skirts with a soft rustle like leaves along the bench to make room. "But you need no name now, you know." Oh, the wonder of it. She understood him. He sat down with a feeling that he had been flying in a free wind and was resting among the tops of trees. The room faded out temporarily. "But my name, if you like to know, is Isidie," she said, still smiling. "Miss Isidie," he stammered, making another attempt at the forms of worldly politeness. "Not Miss Isidie," she laughed aloud merrily. It was surely the sound of wind in poplars. "Isidie is my first name, so if you call me anything, you must call me that." The name was pure music in his ears, but though he blundered about in his memory to find his own, it had utterly vanished. For the life of him, he could not recollect what his friends called him. He stared a moment, vaguely wondering, almost beside himself with delight. No other girls he had known, the heavens above. There were no longer any other girls. He had never known any other girl than this one. Here was his universe, framed in a green dress, with a voice of sea and wind, eyes like the sun, and movements of bending grasses. All else was mere shadow and fantasy. For the first time in his existence he was alive, and knew that he was alive. "I was sure you would come to me," she was saying. "You couldn't help yourself." Her eyes were always on his face. "I was afraid at first." "But your thoughts," she interrupted softly, "your thoughts were up here with me all the time." "You knew that?" he cried, delighted. "I felt them," she replied simply. You kept me company. for I have been alone here all the evening. I know no one else here, yet." Her words amazed him. He was just going to ask who the tall, dark man was, when he saw that she was rising to her feet and that she wanted to dance. "But my heart," he stammered. "It won't hurt your poor heart to dance with me, you know," she laughed. "You may trust me. I shall know how to take care of it." Brown felt simply ecstatic. It was too wonderful to be true. It was impossible, this meeting in London at an ordinary dull dance in the 20th century. He would wake up presently from a dream of silver and gold. Yet he felt even then that she was drawing his arm about her waist for the dance, and with that first magical touch he almost lost consciousness and passed with her into a state of pure spirit. It puzzled him for a moment how they reached the floor so quickly and found themselves among the whirling couples. He had no recollection of coming down the stairs. But meanwhile he was dancing on wings, and the girl in green beside him seemed to fly too, and as he pressed her to his heart he found it impossible to think of anything else in the world but that and his astounding happiness. And the music was within them rather than without. Indeed, they seemed to make their own music out of their swift whirling movements, for it never ceased, and he never grew tired. His heart had ceased to pain him. Other curious things happened too, but he hardly noticed them, or rather they no longer seemed strange. In that crowded ballroom they never once touched other people. His partner required no steering. She made no sound. Then, suddenly, he realized that his own feet made no sound either. They skimmed the floor with noiseless feet like spirits dancing. No one else appeared to take the least notice of them. Most of the faces seemed, indeed, strange to him now, as though he had not seen them before, but once or twice he could have sworn that he passed couples who were dancing almost as happily and lightly as themselves, couples he had known in past years, couples who were dead. Gradually the room emptied of its original comers, and others filled their places, silently, with airy, graceful movements and happy faces, till the whole floor at length was covered with the soundless feet and whirling forms of those who had already left the world. And, as the artificial light faded away, there came in its place a soft white light that filled the room with beauty and made all the faces look radiant. And once, as they skimmed past a mirror, he saw that the girl beside him was not there, that he seemed to be dancing alone, clasping no one. Yet when he glanced down, there was her magical face at his shoulder, and he felt her little form pressing up against him. Such dancing, too, he had never even dreamed about, for it was like swinging with the treetops in the winds. Then they danced farther out, even swifter and swifter, past the shadows beneath the gallery, under the motionless hanging flags, and out into the night. The walls were behind them. They were off their feet, and the wind was in their hair. They were rising, rising, rising towards the stars. He felt the cool air of the open sky on his cheeks, and when he looked down as they cleared the summit of the dark-lying hills, he saw that Isidore had melted away into himself, and they had become one being. And he knew then that his heart would never pain him again on earth, or cause him to fear for any of his beloved dreams. But the manager of the hateful office only knew 2 days later why Brown had not turned up to his desk, nor sent any word to explain his absence. He read it in the paper, how he had dropped down dead at a dance, suddenly stricken by heart disease. It happened just before 2:00 in the morning. Well, thought the manager, he's no loss to us anyhow. He had no real business instincts. Smith will do his work much better, and for less money too.
The Demon Lover by Elizabeth Bowen. Toward the end of her day in London, Mrs. Drover went round to her shut-up house to look for several things she wanted to take away. Some belonged to herself, some to her family, who were by now used to their country life. It was late August. It had been a steamy, showery day. At the moment, the trees down the pavement glittered in an escape of humid yellow afternoon sun. Against the next batch of clouds, already piling up ink dark, broken chimneys and parapets stood out. In her once familiar street, as in any unused channel, an unfamiliar queerness had silted up. A cat wove itself in and out of railings, but no human eye watched Mrs. Drover's return. Shifting some parcels under her arm, she slowly forced round her latchkey in an unwilling lock, then gave the door, which had warped, a push with her knee. Dead air came out to meet her as she went in. The staircase window having been boarded up, no light came down into the hall, but one door, she could just see, stood ajar, so she went quickly through into the room and unshuttered the big window in there. Now the prosaic woman, looking about her, was more perplexed than she knew by everything that she saw, by traces of her long former habit of life, the yellow smoke stain up the white marble mantelpiece, the ring left by a vase on the top of the escritoire, the bruise in the wallpaper where, on the door being thrown open widely, the china handle had always hit the wall. The piano, having gone away to be stored, had left what looked like claw marks on its part of the parquet. Though not much dust had seeped in, each object wore a film of another kind, and, the only ventilation being the chimney, the whole drawing-room smelled of the cold hearth. Mrs. Drover put down her parcels on the escritoire and left the room to proceed upstairs. The things she wanted were in a bedroom chest. She had been anxious to see how the house was. The part-time caretaker she shared with some neighbours was away this week on holiday, known to be not yet back. At the best of times he did not look in often, and she was never sure that she trusted him. There were some cracks in the structure left by the last bombing, on which she was anxious to keep an eye, not that one could do anything. A shaft of refracted daylight now lay across the hall. She stopped dead and stared at the hall table. On this lay a letter addressed to her. She thought first, then the caretaker must be back. All the same, who, seeing the house shuttered, would have dropped a letter in at the box? It was not a circular, it was not a bill, and the post office redirected, to the address in the country, everything for her that came through the post. The caretaker, even if he were back, did not know she was due in London today. Her call here had been planned to be a surprise, so his negligence in the manner of this letter, leaving it to wait in the dust, annoyed her. Annoyed, she picked up the letter, which bore no stamp, but it cannot be important, or they would know. She took the letter rapidly upstairs with her, without a stop to look at the writing, till she reached what had been her bedroom, where she let in light. The room looked over the garden and other gardens. The sun had gone in. As the clouds sharpened and lowered, the trees and rank lawns seemed already to smoke with dark. Her reluctance to look again at the letter came from the fact that she felt intruded upon, and by someone contemptuous of her ways. However, in the tenseness preceding the fall of rain, she read it. It was a few lines. Dear Kathleen, you will not have forgotten that today is our anniversary, and the day we said. The years have gone by, at once slowly and fast. In view of the fact that nothing has changed, I shall rely upon you to keep your promise. I was sorry to see you leave London, but was satisfied that you would be back in time. You may expect me, therefore, at the hour arranged. Until then, K. Mrs. Drover looked for the date. It was today's. She dropped the letter onto the bed springs, then picked it up to see the writing again. Her lips, beneath the remains of lipstick, beginning to go white. She felt so much the change in her own face that she went to the mirror, polished a clear patch in it, and looked at once urgently and stealthily in. She was confronted by a woman of 44, with eyes starting out under a hat brim that had been rather carelessly pulled down. She had not put on any more powder since she left the shop where she ate her solitary tea. The pearls her husband had given her on their marriage hung loose round her now rather thinner throat, slipping in the V of the pink wool jumper her sister knitted last autumn as they sat round the fire. Mrs. Drover's most normal expression was one of controlled worry, but of assent. Since the birth of the third of her little boys, attended by a quite serious illness, she had had an intermittent muscular flicker to the left of her mouth, but in spite of this, she could always sustain a manner that was at once energetic and calm. Turning from her own face as precipitously as she had gone to meet it, she went to the chest where the things were, unlocked it, threw up the lid, and knelt to search. But, as rain began to come crashing down, she could not keep from looking over her shoulder at the stripped bed on which the letter lay. Behind the blanket of rain, the clock of the church that still stood struck 6. With rapidly heightening apprehension, she counted each of the slow strokes. The hour arranged. My God, she said. What hour? How should I? And after 25 years! The young girl talking to the soldier in the garden had not ever completely seen his face. It was dark. They were saying goodbye under a tree. Now and then, for it felt, from not seeing him at this intense moment, as though she had never seen him at all, she verified his presence for these few moments longer by putting out a hand, which he each time pressed, without very much kindness, and painfully, onto one of the breast buttons of his uniform. That cut of the button on the palm of her hand was, principally, what she was to carry away. This was so near the end of a leave from France that she could only wish him already gone. It was August 1916. Being not kissed, being drawn away from, and looked at, intimidated Kathleen till she imagined spectral glitters in the place of his eyes. Turning away and looking back up the lawn, she saw, through the branches of trees, the drawing-room window alight. She caught a breath for the moment when she could go running back there into the safe arms of her mother and sister and cry, "What shall I do? What shall I do? He has gone!" Hearing her catch her breath, her fiancé said, without feeling, cold, "You're going away such a long way." "Not so far as you think." "I don't understand." "You don't have to," he said. "You will. You know what we said." "But that was... suppose... "I shall be with you," he said. "Sooner or later. You won't forget that. You need do nothing but wait." Only a little more than a minute later, she was free to run up the silent lawn, looking in through the window at her mother and sister, who did not for the moment perceive her. She already felt that unnatural promise drive down between her and the rest of all humankind. No other way of having given herself could have made her feel so apart, lost, and forsworn. She could not have plighted a more sinister troth. Kathleen behaved well when, some months later, her fiancé was reported missing, presumed killed. Her family not only supported her, but were able to praise her courage without stint because they could not regret, as a husband for her, the man they knew almost nothing about. They hoped she would, in a year or two, console herself, and had it been only a question of consolation, things might have gone much straighter ahead. But her trouble, behind just a little grief, was a complete dislocation from everything. She did not reject other lovers, for these failed to appear. For years she failed to attract men, and with the approach of her 30s, she became natural enough to share her family's anxiousness on this score. She began to put herself out, to wander, and, at 32, she was very greatly relieved to find herself being courted by William Drover. She married him, and the two of them settled down in this quiet, arboreal part of Kensington. In this house, the years piled up, her children were born, and they all lived till they were driven out by the bombs of the next war. Her movements as Mrs. Drover were circumscribed, and she dismissed any idea that they were still watched. As things were, dead or living, the letter writer sent her only a threat. Unable for some minutes to go on kneeling with her back exposed to the empty room, Mrs. Drover rose from the chest to sit on an upright chair whose back was firmly against the wall. The desuetude of her former bedroom, her married London home's whole air of being a cracked cup from which memory, with its reassuring power, had either evaporated or leaked away, made a crisis, and at just this crisis the letter writer had, knowledgeably, struck. The hollowness of the house this evening cancelled years on years of voices, habits, and steps. Through the shut windows she only heard rainfall on the roofs around. To rally herself, she said she was in a mood, and, for 2 or 3 seconds, shutting her eyes, told herself that she had imagined the letter. But she opened them. There it lay on the bed. On the supernatural side of the letter's entrance, she was not permitting her mind to dwell. Who in London knew she meant to call at the house today? Evidently, however, this had been known. The caretaker, had he come back, had had no cause to expect her. He would have taken the letter in his pocket to forward it at his own time, through the post. There was no other sign that the caretaker had been in. But, if not, letters dropped in at doors of deserted houses do not fly or walk to tables in halls. They do not sit on the dust of empty tables with the air of certainty that they will be found. There is needed some human hand, but nobody but the caretaker had a key. Under circumstances she did not care to consider, a house can be entered without a key. It was possible that she was not alone now. She might be waited for, downstairs. Waited for until when? Until the hour arranged. At least that was not 6 o'clock. 6 has struck. She rose from the chair and went over and locked the door. The thing was to get out. To fly? No, not that. She had to catch her train. As a woman whose utter dependability was the keystone of her family life, she was not willing to return to the country, to her husband, to her little boys, and her sister, without the objects she had come up to fetch. Resuming her work at the chest, she set about making up a number of parcels in a rapid, fumbling, decisive way. These, with her shopping parcels, would be too much to carry. These meant a taxi. At the thought of the taxi, her heart went up, and her normal breathing resumed. I will ring up the taxi. The taxi cannot come too soon. I shall hear the taxi out there running its engine till I walk calmly down to it through the hall. I'll ring up. But no, the telephone is cut off. She tugged at a knot she had tied wrong. The idea of flight. He was never kind to me, not really. I don't remember him kind at all. Mother said he never considered me. He was set on me, that was what it was. Not love, not meaning a person well. What did he do to make me promise like that? I can't remember. But she found that she could. She remembered with such dreadful acuteness that the 25 years since then dissolved like smoke, and she instinctively looked for the wheel left by the button on the palm of her hand. She remembered not only all that he said and did, but the complete suspension of her existence during that last August week. I was not myself. They all told me so at the time. She remembered, but with one white burning blank, as where acid has dropped on a photograph. Under no conditions could she remember his face. So, wherever he may be waiting, I shall not know him, You have no time to run from a face you do not expect. The thing was to get to the taxi before any clock struck what could be the hour. She would slip down the street and round the side of the square to where the square gave on the main road. She would return in the taxi, safe to her own door, and bring the solid driver into the house with her to pick up the parcels from room to room. The idea of the taxi driver made her decisive, bold. She unlocked the door, went to the top of the staircase, and listened down. She heard nothing, but, while she was hearing nothing, the passé air of the staircase was disturbed by a draught that travelled up to her face. It emanated from the basement. Down there, a door or window was being opened by someone who chose this moment to leave the house. The rain had stopped. The pavements steamily shone as Mrs. Drover let herself out by inches from her own front door into the empty street. The unoccupied houses opposite continued to meet her look with their damaged stare. Making toward the thoroughfare and the taxi, she tried not to keep looking behind. Indeed, the silence was so intense, one of those creaks of London silence exaggerated this summer by the damage of war, that no tread could have gained on hers unheard. Where her street debouched on the square, where people went on living, she grew conscious of and checked her unnatural pace. Across the open end of the square, 2 buses impassively passed each other. Women, a perambulator, cyclists, a man wheeling a barrow signalised, once again, the ordinary flow of life. At the square's most populous corner should be, and was, the short taxi rank. This evening, only one taxi, but this, although it presented its blank rump, appeared already to be alertly waiting for her. Indeed, without looking round, the driver started his engine, as she panted up from behind and put her hand on the door. As she did so, the clock struck 7. The taxi faced the main road. To make the trip back to her house, it would have to turn. She had settled back on the seat, and the taxi had turned before she, surprised by its knowing movement, recollected that she had not said where. She leaned forward to scratch at the glass panel that divided the driver's head from her own. The driver braked to what was almost a stop, turned round, and slid the glass panel back. The jolt of this flung Mrs. Drover forward till her face was almost into the glass. Through the aperture, driver and passenger, not 6 inches between them, remained for an eternity eye to eye. Mrs. Drover's mouth hung open for some seconds before she could issue her first scream. After that, she continued to scream freely and to beat with her gloved hands on the glass all round as the taxi, accelerating without mercy, made off with her into the hinterland of deserted streets.
The Suicide by Malcolm Ford Henry. I am a stranger amongst men, for I stand in the midst of friends, and they know me not. I speak to them, and they stare at me askance, and some of them look startled and grow pale as they peer more closely into my face with an awed intake of breath. They are so amusing, these mortals, that I fain would laugh, though I dare not. For what would be their feelings if they could fathom my true identity? But they never will, they never can, and I walk among them safe, for I am a stranger, and my secret will never be known to the end of time. In my mind's eye I can see them now, and I conceal a smile as I think how they would draw away from me with an awful horror in their staring eyes, how the blood would run cold in their veins, and their bodies be racked with trembling in the terrible fear of the unknown, if they but knew. For I am dead, and I am alive. My earthly being is a grim paradox manipulated by the mischievous fingers of some strange fate. I go forth on the walks of men, and my body lives, but I am dead. I am dead. I know that my spirit cannot again be burdened with the weight of a human body, condemned to the horrible fate of a terrestrial existence. Then why am I here? Let me look back. Let my retrospective gaze dwell upon the past, and perhaps I can fathom the depth of my sin, and know why I must live, though I am dead. It began a long time ago, many years ago, and I was but a child, and played like other children. But was it like other children? I seemed to hear a soft voice saying, "My son, why must you be so rude to your friends?" And so, as time passed on, I played or remained more to myself. One there was who sought to befriend me, one who, as I now think, was as near an angel in human form as ever appeared on this earth. I repulsed her with the rest. That which adds most to my present anguish is the clarity with which these images of former times burn in my mind. I repulsed her with the rest. My self-centeredness, my colossal selfishness, my impetuosity, my imperiousness. Do I wonder that friends were lacking? I cared for naught, and my deformed soul spread in its path blackness and hatred. I had a mother whose love bounded upon fatuity. Now I have no one, nothing. I am lonely, I am lost. They loved me, and I repulsed them. I lost all my old associates and sought new. I sank lower and lower, yet they clung with strength born of desperation. They pled and fought to save me. In vain. I was ruthless, and I crushed in their hearts their boundless faith in me. And then I sought the grim relief, the balm of crushed hopes, restful oblivion, suicide. How sweet a thing the death of the despairing dream! Nothing but the grave, cool, dark, restful. So I turned to suicide. But that dream is deceptive, terribly deceptive. It was so amusing, so highly entertaining. I can remember it all so distinctly. It seemed I was discouraged and heartsick. But now I wonder if I could really have conceived the agony of the broken hearts that I caused to wake. It was night when the darkness and shadows of earth blended with the darkness of my soul, save that mine showed forth the blacker by contrast. Night is very close to death sometimes, and I, with all the despair of a wrecked and broken existence, gave myself up to that sweet dream which has been the elusive lure to myriad hordes that have passed before me. How dark it was! How dark was everything! I climbed high to the wretched attic of the house where I lived, for with a last faint glimmering of respect I had removed from the dwelling of my people to live apart in a wretched and destitute portion of the city, far away from the haunts of former days. How dark indeed was the attic, so that I needs must grope my way to the little window. There, without, was a huge iron hook, black and sinister, for what purpose I know not, far above the dark and silent street. To this I caught my rope. They found me at dawn, and I can see them now, for I did see them, their wide, distended eyes awed, terrified, and I can hear their cries at first, and later only the hushed, peculiar whispers that always betoken the presence of death. And then they came and cut me down, and drew me in with such care, with such dissimulation, as if they feared I might return to life and demand abruptly that I be left to my own devices. And they gathered around me, still conversing in the same awed whispers, for they thought I was dead. And then some very important gentleman was bending over me and inspecting me, and later, when all was quiet, someone was weeping over me, not passionately or wildly, just a gentle weeping, like the wind whistling among the leaves. All the while I stood to one side and watched the proceedings with consummate interest. I stood among the eager, curious crowd, and later I stood alone in the chamber when my mother came. It was not I, but only that lifeless clay that had been mine, and I, the real I, was unnoticed. But still I heard nothing, and indeed saw very little, and all the dark, the passionate, the corporeal despair seemed to have fled my mind, and left only a more hopeless and consuming sorrow. I walked forth and attempted to find rest, but in vain. I visited my old haunts, but no one noticed or appeared even to realize my presence, and when I spoke to those with whom I had sunk so low, they only stared at me as if I were an intruder. And here was one with whom I consorted most, a dirty, evil wretch, in whom I had always found something of a kindred spirit. I spoke, and he growled a surly reply, but at length, drawn by some strange attraction, he took notice of me, and we entered into conversation. "You knew him?" I asked. He understood and spat forth a vile curse. "Aye, for many years," he growled with sullen reluctance, "and a lower and more depraved dog never found the road to hell. God, that I should have associated with him, that I should even have known him. I'm bad, sir, about as low and filthy as you can find, but not like him, thank God, not like him. I never had a chance. He had a mother, and I saw her up there today. He had a mother, a friend, someone, anyone. I never had. He but cheated the hangman. I would have killed him sooner or later." I fled precipitously, my whole soul burning as if in truth consumed by the fires of hell. This from one of the lowest and most depraved villains that ever trod the dark and murky paths of the underworld. I suffered tortures, wandering on and on, knowing not where to betake myself, merely seeking, never finding. I sensed nothing but loss, felt no passion but grief, no sensation but sorrow and the oppressive, desolate emptiness of the world. At length I roused myself and took note of my surroundings, and was not a little surprised and agitated to find that I had wandered into the near vicinity of my childhood home. I attempted to restrain myself, but strode on as if fascinated, my eyes gazing eagerly upon the familiar surroundings. Familiar, I say, and yet possessed of a strangeness that I was unable to fathom. How peaceful and quiet the old street appeared in the gentle rays of the late afternoon sun that had burst forth from its concealment behind the day's murky gloom. How peaceful and quiet indeed, contrasting so harshly with the grating turmoil of my soul. There was the old house, its every familiar line. I halted, horrified, frozen. Upon the familiar old door hung a wreath. For a long time I stood quite motionless, while thoughts raced madly through my mind, while I stared at that dismal symbol of death, of the thing that lay beyond those doors. My vision seemed to pierce those stolid, unimpassioned walls and see the thing that lay beyond, that stiff and clammy piece of clay that was I, and I was afraid. Trembling as if taken with the ague, I retraced my footsteps to the little grocery store on the corner, and entered hastily, as if to escape something intangible that my mind failed to grasp. Everything was as I remembered it. Behind the counter stood the bent and shrunken figure of the merchant that I had known all my life, but older, much older than when I had last seen him. For a moment I thought he knew me, that unlike others he sensed what his bleary old eyes could not discern. "A death," I said in a voice that was hoarse and unreal. "I see there has been a death." "A death," he repeated vaguely. "Yes, there has been a death. Our loss, hell's gain. God, he was bad. For his own sake it was well. But his mother, sir, she is a good woman. She didn't deserve this. Her boy, her own boy, if it could only have been otherwise." "You knew him then?" "Knew him, yes. The most despicable scoundrel that ever lived. It was his wilfulness and hot-headed intolerance. He had every opportunity. If he had only died at birth, God knows the world would have been better. The sun had sunk below the horizon, and a cold, damp wind blew from the north. It seemed that things had changed suddenly to match the dismal foreboding of my mind. Fitful glares of lightning lit up the western sky, and low, almost inaudible moans of thunder reached my super-acute senses. I hesitated before the house, and the black wreath seemed to oppress, to burden me. Then it receded as the door opened softly, and she stood before me. For a moment of utter silence, we faced each other. Silence broken only by that angry, far-away murmur of thunder. Then, very slowly and softly, I stepped within and closed the door. But she continued to gaze at me and spoke in a low, apathetic voice. "There has been a death. Who are you?" "I am an old friend of his," I lied. No one had ever been his more bitter enemy. "His mother. She is here?" "Yes, there." She followed me into the large, poorly lighted library. The mother gazed at me from dry eyes that seemed vaguely to misunderstand, and I had a feeling of an animal that had been beaten, not knowing why. The younger woman was making some explanation that reached my ears but made no impression. Then the mother came forward to grasp my hand, and I found myself making answers to her queries. "Yes, I knew him well, many years." "But he was not really bad? Oh, tell me that he was not." I glanced beyond her at the girl and saw in her eyes an expression of pleading. "There have been many exaggerations," I replied evasively. "Oh, he couldn't have been as bad as they say. He couldn't." For a moment, I thought she was about to break down. Presently, however, she composed herself and inquired in a stronger voice. Perhaps you would like to see the body. "God, no!" I exclaimed, and then, in a gentler voice, "No, I would prefer not." "Ah, he does not look so bad as that," she protested, cut by my thoughtless exclamation. "He does not look so bad. They have altered his appearance. He is younger, more as he was in the old days. In the old days, when he was my little boy. It seems such a long time, so many years, but I have been very patient, very brave. It has been a long time, sir, a very long time since he was a little boy, my baby with his baby laugh and bright eyes, just like other women's babies, and I loved him too, just as they love their children, and I watched him and prayed for him, watched him grow. Oh, how could I know? How could I? God help me. I wanted to be calm, to take it bravely, but he's still mine, still my little baby." And she broke into passionate weeping that told of a restraint broken for the first time. I was stunned, overwhelmed. Even despite the morning episode, I had expected something else. Denunciation, calm regret, anything but this. I turned wildly to the hall, but she was before me, and as I gazed into her face, at once quiet and pathetically pleading, I felt a recurrence of the old passion that the years had hardened, obliterated. "I am sorry," she said with the old gentleness. "I am sorry that you should have been here. It is the first time she has broken, but, oh, why had it to happen? She had loved him better than life itself. And oh, the months, the years we fought to save him, and every night I pray for him. But it is useless. Oh, God, it is useless." Useless. Aye, useless. How utterly vain she could not even dream. Out into the Stygian darkness and fury of the tempest I staggered, on and on, seeking nothing now, finding nothing. It is so dark, so terribly dark, and I am alone, alone with my sorrow. Within me dwells the only lasting, the eternal hell. I am lonely, so lonely, and lost. Lens Shy by W. M. Clayton. I was just about to call it a day when the phone rang. It was Walter Beamish, suggesting we have dinner together at Ogay Penguin, which, by the way, is one of New York's few authentic French restaurants. I have a rather unpleasant job on tonight, and I need your cheering company, was the way he put it. Had I known what a startling denouement was to climax that unpleasant job, but I didn't, so I accepted the invitation. Over our Dubonnet, Monsieur Gay disapproves of cocktails. Walter opened up. That job I referred to is photographing a corpse, he began abruptly. And to make it worse, it's an uncle of mine, or was, rather. Not that I ever had much to do with him, he added, for we never got on together. Uncle Fred, he was my mother's brother, didn't like me, and strongly disapproved of my work. Why? Didn't he like to have his picture taken? I asked idly. I may say that Beamish, with whom I roomed during my freshman and sophomore years at Columbia, is the highly paid first assistant in a smart Fifth Avenue studio, is recognized as one of the best portrait men in America, and is an ardent researcher in optics, refraction, and such other sciences appertaining directly or indirectly to photography. Like to have his picture taken? Walt literally snorted. Why, darn him, that was one of the things we quarreled over. I begged him again and again to sit for me. The old boy would have made a wonderful subject, marvelous type, but it was an obsession with him. I once jokingly accused him of having some criminal reason to fear having a picture made, and he flew into a rage, his eyes actually seeming to glow with animal fire, and ordered me never to enter his home again. That was years ago, but he never forgave me, and I never saw him again. Didn't know he was dead until my aunt phoned me today. She always wanted a picture of him, but nothing doing. Guess she figured now was her chance. At any rate, she asked me to come tonight and take a picture of him in his coffin. Creepy sort of business, I should think, I observed. Oh, it's not unusual, Walter replied. I've done it several times in the way of business. It's really easier than a regular picture. No difficulty about the pose, for one thing. And we always charge extra. He grinned. Of course, there's nothing in tonight's job. Cash, I mean. I'm only too glad to oblige my aunt, who is as decent as the dear departed was the reverse. Oh, well, funny how things work out. I'll get my picture after all. But unless I fake the setting, it won't be a study I can exhibit. The conversation drifted to other matters, and the dinner progressed through its several excellent courses until, comfortably filled with a sense of well-being and the result of Monsieur Gay's culinary skill, we separated, Beamish to go on his gruesome errand, I to my room to dig into an abstract of title. I might mention that I am an attorney, employed by one of the big title companies. 2 or 3 weeks passed with no further word from Beamish, and I had about forgotten our dinner and his engagement with the corpse, when again the telephone brought both to my mind. It was Beamish phoning me at my apartment. Hello, Jim? Walt speaking, he began. Say, you remember that little job I had on hand the last time we had dinner together? Uncle Fred, you know? Sure, I replied, half-jokingly. The late lamented was to sit for his portrait in spite of himself. How did it turn out? Did mind triumph over matter and the corpse arise and smash the camera? Perhaps my remarks might be considered in questionable taste, but first, I knew Walter well enough to feel sure he would not take offense, and second, I knew with what scientific matter-of-factness he always regarded his work. To Walter, I felt sure, photographing a dead man, uncle or a stranger, was merely part of the day's routine. For a moment there was a dead silence, and I began to have qualms as to just how impersonally Walter had taken my jocularity. Then his voice came, and even over the wire it seemed oddly strained. No, not exactly, he said, but it was a rather rum business at that. Can you come over to the studio? Sure thing. What time? I replied, thinking he referred to the following day, since it was now nearly 10 o'clock. Thus, I was the more surprised at his answer. Now, came over the phone. I'm at the studio now. I've been away on an out-of-the-city assignment, and only got back this afternoon. Been cleaning up a lot of things here. Among them, my uncle's picture. Again, a pause. That's what I want to see you about. You'll come? His voice shot up an octave on the question, and, startled and uneasy without knowing exactly why, I assented. Of course, it was raining, a dismal, cold, penetrating downpour, and as I walked to the corner, alert for a taxi, I mentally anathematized Walter and his uncle for having brought me out. As a bachelor, I may lack some of the home comforts of my married friends, but an open fireplace in my living room and a reasonably well-stocked wine cupboard atone for much. The Fifth Avenue building in the 50s, in which Walt's employer has his expensive studio, was dark as the taxi drew up, but a light shone on the 5th floor, and a push on the bell brought a surly watchman who admitted me. Walter himself opened the studio door, and I learned we too were the sole occupants of the premises. I've been doing some work on my own after Simmons left, he explained, naming the head of the developing room. Among other things, I developed my uncle's picture, he went on abruptly, and I fancied, was it only fancy, a tremor in his voice. Come and look at it. He led the way into the dark room, then turned. The subject, he became suddenly, and I think unconsciously professional in his speech and manner, was photographed as he lay in his coffin. The casket was on the usual trestles, and I pushed back some palms and flowers so as to be able to focus my camera directly on the face and upper part of the body. Of course, I had the camera mounted on a tripod such as we use for such shots. The casket was partly closed, you understand, but the face, shoulders, and chest of the subject were clearly exposed to the lens. Walter's voice was jerky, his words clipped, as of a man under intense nervous strain who takes refuge in the commonplaces of his trade. He regarded me stiffly for a moment, then turned to a metal stand and picked up a print. Silently, he handed it to me. Silently, I took it. This is what I saw. The end of an elaborate casket, a few leaves obtruding around the margin, the vague outline of a head, the gleaming shirt front and black lapels that denoted evening clothes. But where the face should have been was only a glare of light. I took this to be merely a spoiled exposure. Probably an electric light bulb had fronted the camera's lens, causing the negative to be light-struck. But even as I gazed, it seemed as if I could discern in that nimbus of light a more deeply glowing pair of eyes. Mocking, triumphant, they seemed actually to shine with animal fire. Then as I turned the print in my hands, the semblance of eyes vanished, nor could I again capture the illusion, if illusion it was, no matter how I turned and returned the photograph. The expression on my friend's face showed me he knew what I had seen. "In God's name," I gasped. "What does it mean?" "What does it mean?" he echoed hollowly. "Why, it just means that Uncle Fred held to his resolution. Alive or dead, he wouldn't be photographed."
The Last of Mrs. DeBrugh by H. Sivia. Letty, Mr. DeBrugh remarked between long puffs on his meerschaum, you've been a fine maid. You've served Mrs. DeBrugh and me for most of 15 years. Now I haven't much more time in this life, and I want you to know that after Mrs. DeBrugh and I are gone, you will be well taken care of. Letty stopped her dusting of the chairs in Mr. DeBrugh's oak-panelled study. She sighed and turned toward the man, who sat on a heavy sofa, puffing on his pipe and gazing across the room into nothingness. You mustn't talk that way, Mr. DeBrugh, she said. You know you're a long time from the dark ways yet. She paused, and then went on dusting and talking again. And me? Huh! I've only done what any ordinary human would do to such a kind employer as you, sir, especially after all you've done for me. He didn't say anything, and she went on with her work. Of course she liked to work for him. She had adored the kindly old man since first she had met him in an agency 15 years before. A person couldn't ask for a better master. But there was the mistress, Mrs. DeBrugh. It was she who gave Letty cause for worry. What with her nagging tongue and her sharp rebukes, it was a wonder Letty had not quit long before. She would have quit too, but there had been the terrible sickness she had undergone and conquered with the aid of the ablest physicians Mr. DeBrugh could engage. She couldn't quit after that, no matter what misery Mrs. DeBrugh heaped on her, and so she went about her work at all hours, never tiring, always striving to please. She left the study, closing the great door silently behind her, for old Mr. DeBrugh had sunk deeper into the sofa, into the realms of peaceful sleep, and she did not wish to disturb him. Letty! Came the shrill cry of Mrs. DeBrugh from down the hall. Get these pictures and take them to the attic at once, and tell Mr. DeBrugh to come here. Letty went for the pictures. Mr. DeBrugh is asleep, she said, explaining why she was not obeying the last command. Well, I'll soon fix that, lazy old man. Sleeps all day with that smelly pipe between his teeth. If he had an ounce of pep about him, he'd get out and work the flowers. Sleeps too much anyway. Not good for him. She stamped out of the room and down the hall, and Letty heard her open the door of the study and scream at her husband. Hector DeBrugh, wake up! There was a silence, during which Letty wondered what was going on. Then she heard the noisy clop-clop of Mrs. DeBrugh's slippers on the hardwood floor of the study, and she knew the woman was going to shake the daylights out of Mr. DeBrugh and frighten him into wakefulness. She could even imagine she heard Mrs. DeBrugh grasp the lapels of her husband's coat and shake him back and forth against the chair. Then she heard the scream. It came quite abruptly from Mrs. DeBrugh in the study, and it frightened Letty out of her wits momentarily. After that, there was the thud of a falling body and the clatter of an upset piece of furniture. Letty hurried out of the room into the hall and through the open door of the study. She saw Mrs. DeBrugh slumped on the floor in a faint, and beside her an upset ashtray. But her eyes did not linger on the woman, nor the tray. Instead, they focused on the still form of Mr. DeBrugh in the sofa. He was slumped down, his head twisted to one side, and his mouth hanging open from the shaking Mrs. DeBrugh had given him. The meerschaum had slipped from between his teeth, and the cold ashes were scattered on his trousers. Even then, before the sea of tears began to flow from her eyes, Letty knew the old man was dead. She knew what he had meant by the speech he had said to her only a few minutes before. His heart, was the comment of the doctor, who arrived a short time later and pronounced the old man dead. He had to go, today, tomorrow, soon. After that, he put Mrs. DeBrugh to bed and turned to Letty. Mrs. DeBrugh is merely suffering from a slight shock. There is nothing more that I can do. When she awakens, see that she stays in bed for the rest of the day. He left then, and Letty felt a strange coldness about the place, something that had not been there while Mr. DeBrugh was alive. She went downstairs and made several telephone calls, which she knew would be necessary. Later, when Mrs. DeBrugh was feeling better, other arrangements could be made. She straightened the furniture in the study, pushing the familiar sofa back in place from where Mr. DeBrugh invariably moved it. Then she knocked the ashes from the meerschaum, wiped it off, and placed it carefully in the little glass cabinet on the wall where he always kept it. Times would be different now, she knew. She remembered what he had said. "You will be well taken care of." But there had been something else. "After Mrs. DeBrugh and I are gone." Letty could no longer hold back the tears. She fell into a chair, and they poured forth. But time always passes, and with it goes a healing balm for most all sorrows. First there was the funeral, then came other arrangements, and there was the will, which Mrs. DeBrugh never mentioned. His things would have fallen into decay, but for the hands of Letty. Always her dust-cloth made his study immaculate. Always the sofa was in place, and the pipe clean and shining in the cabinet. There was a different hardness about Mrs. DeBrugh. No longer was she content with driving Letty like a slave day in and day out. She became even more unbearable. There were little things, like taking away her privilege of having Saturday afternoons off, and the occasional forgetting of Letty's weekly pay. Once, Letty thought of leaving during the night, of packing her few clothes and going forever from the house, but that was foolish. There was no place to go, and she was getting too old for maid service. Besides, hadn't Mr. DeBrugh said she would be taken care of? "After Mrs. DeBrugh and I are gone." Perhaps she would not live much longer. And then one morning, Mrs. DeBrugh called Letty in to talk with her. It was the hour Letty had been awaiting and dreading. There was a harsh, gloating tone in Mrs. DeBrugh's voice as she spoke. She was the master now. There was no Hector to think of. "Letty," she said, "for some time now I've been considering closing the house. I'm lonely here. I intend to go to the city and live with my sister. So, you see, I shan't be needing you any longer. I'll be leaving within the next 2 days. I'm sorry." Letty was speechless. She had expected something terrible, but not this. This wasn't so. Mrs. DeBrugh was lying. It was the will she was afraid of. Letty remembered Mr. DeBrugh's promise. She did not complain, however. Her only words were, "I'll leave tomorrow." That night, she packed her things. She had no definite plans, but she hoped something would turn up. Sleep would not come easy, so Letty lay in bed and thought of old Mr. DeBrugh. She imagined he was before her in the room, reclining on the sofa, puffing long on the meerschaum. She even saw in fancy the curling wisps of grey smoke drifting upward, upward. It was sleep. Then, with a start, she was suddenly wide awake. She had surely heard a scream, but no. And then, as soft and as silent as the night wind, came the whisper, "Letty." It drifted slowly off into silence, and a cool breeze crossed her brow. She suddenly felt wet with perspiration. She listened closely, but the whisper was not repeated. Then, noiselessly, she got out of bed, stepped into slippers, and drew a robe about her. Just as silently, she left her room and walked down the hall to Mrs. DeBrugh's bedroom. She rapped softly on the door, fearing the wrath of the woman within at being awakened in the middle of the night. There was no answer, no sound from inside the room. Letty hesitated, wondering what to do, and once more she felt that cool, death-like breeze and heard the faintest of whispers, fainter even than the sighing of the night wind. "Letty." She opened the door and switched on the light. Mrs. DeBrugh lay in the bed as in sleep, but Letty knew, as she had known about Mr. DeBrugh, that it was more than sleep. She quickly called the doctor, and some time much later he arrived, his eyes heavy from lack of sleep. "Dead," he remarked, after looking at the body. "Probably had a shock, fright, nightmare, or something her heart couldn't stand. I always thought she would have died first." Letty, walked slowly from the room, down the stairs, still in her robe and slippers. The doctor followed and passed her, going through the door into the outside. She walked, as though directed by some unseen force, into Mr. DeBrugh's study. She switched on a lamp beside the sofa on which he had always sat, and she noticed that it was moved, slightly out of place. There was something else about the room, some memory of old days. First, she saw some sort of legal document on the table and wondered at its being there. The title said, Last Will and Testament of Hector A. DeBrugh. It was brief. She read it through and found that Mr. DeBrugh had spoken truthfully in his promise to her. Beside the will on the table was another object, and she knew then what the something else in the room was. The meerschaum. It lay there beside the document, and a thin spiral of greyish smoke rose upward from it toward the ceiling. No longer did Letty wonder about anything. Mommy by Mary Elizabeth Councilman. I want to adopt a child about 7 years old, Mrs. Ellison had explained to the matron a few hours before. Now, standing in the big bare yard of the Akipko County Orphanage, she studied each of the smaller girls who scampered past her. There was a chubby, dark-curled mite, seesawing near the tall iron gate, Mrs. Ellison noted. A lovely cherub, she thought, who would make a wonderful little daughter for a childless widow like herself. Pumping madly in one of the swings was another, brown-eyed and laughing, as she herself had been at that age. So many motherless children, herded together like livestock, and perforce treated almost as such. How was one to make the great decision that would change one's own life as well as the child's forever after today? Good heavens, I'm shopping for a daughter, the tall, gentle-eyed woman mused guiltily. How inhuman! It should be the other way round, if only a child had vision enough to select. Her thought snapped off like a twig. Something was tugging at her skirt with timid insistence, and she peered down, startled, to find a thin, homely little girl looking up at her. The penetrating blue eyes were much too large for that sallow, sensitive face. 2 mouse-coloured braids hung over narrow shoulders against the starched collar of her orphanage uniform, and the arm that reached up at Mrs. Ellison was match-thin and peppered with freckles like the face and neck. I don't believe I've ever seen a more unattractive child, was the woman's first thought. But then the little girl smiled, and her face lighted slowly as a candle in a dark room. It was a sweet, strange smile, full of wistfulness, and yet the paradox of a quiet knowledge. Are you the lady my mummy sent for me? Her small voice piped. It was a timid voice, rather vague like the blue eyes, but oddly compelling for all that. Mrs. Ellison knelt down smiling. Her hands moved, smoothing the ratty braids. The child wouldn't look so homely with careful attention, her thoughts veered, while she murmured aloud, I don't know, sweetheart. Has your mommy gone to heaven? The child regarded her gravely for a moment. Then she shook her head. No, Mom. My mommy comes to see me any time I want her to. She talks to me every night, and... At that instant, the matron bustled up, starched and puffing, a tiny frown of annoyance creasing her smooth forehead at sight of the little girl with the kneeling woman. Mrs. Ellison, I'm so sorry I was delayed. Run along to your play, Martha dear, she commanded briskly. Matron wants to talk to the nice lady. Run away, that's a good girl. The visitor rose, puzzled at her tone of impatience, but the thin-faced child hesitated only a second, during which her deep blue eyes searched for something in Mrs. Ellison's expression with a solemn intensity. Then she wheeled without a word, and walked slowly away toward a group of children nearby. At her approach, however, they promptly turned and left her standing there, leaning against the trunk of a giant white oak that dwarfed her small body. Mrs. Ellison watched the byplay with a queer pang. "Who is that child?" she murmured. There's something different about her." "Martha!" The matron's laugh of exasperation knifed into her mood. "I'm sure you wouldn't care to take on that responsibility. She's really our problem child, doesn't get on with the other children, and constantly breaks our petty rules here. Oh, I don't mean she's deliberately bad, but—" "Just a misfit." The tall brown-haired visitor nodded her sympathy. "Perhaps it's the mother's interference. I understand from little Martha that she visits her quite often, and that's always hard on a child's morale. A pity she couldn't just take her away from here and support her the best way she—" Mrs. Ellison broke off, conscious that the matron was smiling at her quizzically. "My dear!" The orphanage head spread her hands. "That child has no mother. She died over a year ago. Tuberculosis, I'm told, aggravated by night work in a cotton mill. I see I must explain our little Martha to you. The poor baby had such a shock, she's never been able to adjust herself. Some minds, tortured beyond endurance, fall into amnesia as an escape. Others, like poor little Martha's, simply build up a dream world in which they need not face the cruel truth. She has a positive fixation that her mother is beside her at all times. Why, I can see her in the night, can't you? She'll say time and again, carries on long imaginary conversations in the ward after lights out, so that the other children complain of her keeping them awake. They don't dislike her, but I think they're a bit afraid of her." "Afraid?" Mrs. Ellison quirked an eyebrow at the absurdity. "Why on earth should anyone be afraid of that pitiful little mite?" The matron fidgeted, then gave a nervous laugh. "Well," she averted her gaze sheepishly. "Well, it is odd. Some unexplainable things have happened since the child has been here at the home with us. I must tell you first that Martha's mother was a remarkable woman, physically a wreck, and morally— there was no father, you understand. A drunken sailor, most probably, as the woman seems to have been a cheap dance-hall hostess before her child was born in a charity hospital. But little Martha's birth seemed to bring out the best in her, a fierce maternal instinct. It happens often, rather proving, I think, the divinity in all mankind. Anyway, the mother changed her mode of living at once, got a job in the mill, and literally killed herself working for her child. She fought death with a stubborn will that prolonged her life by months, they tell me, but in the end, her frail body gave way. At the last, she called little Martha to her bedside and made the child some sort of crazy promise that she would never leave her, no matter what anyone said about death and the like. Her sick body was only a worn-out coat, she told the child, that her real mommy was throwing away so that it could not hinder her any longer in taking care of her baby. A natural thing to say, of course, but disastrous in its effect on a child's impressionable mind. It developed a complex in Martha, so weirdly borne out by coincidence, however, that I sometimes catch myself wondering, really, it's uncanny." Mrs. Ellison laughed softly. She was a matter-of-fact woman, little given to fantasy, but nettled by her skepticism, the matron gave details. "You think I'm imagining things?" she bridled. "Listen, there was the time a certain actress wanted to adopt the child. I can't think why she chose homely little Martha, unless as a foil for her own beauty, but all was in order, and Martha was being sent for, although she behaved badly and screamed all night that her mommy hadn't sent this lady for her. With the woman's secretary waiting in our very antechamber for Martha to be dressed, we received a call from the actress's press agent saying the deal was off. It appears she was simply adopting Martha as a publicity stunt to swing public opinion her way when a nasty scandal broke in which her name would be involved. But that very morning, she had fallen downstairs and fractured her nose. In case the plastic surgery wasn't successful, her agent informed me the dear lady's contract might not be renewed and she couldn't support a child. We read between the lines, of course, as the actress had millions salted away. But there it stands. Martha was saved from such an adoption because something tripped that cold-blooded woman and temporarily marred her looks. Mrs. Ellison gave another soft laugh. A timely coincidence, she murmured. Poor little Martha. Yes, the matron nodded wryly. But it strengthened her belief that her mommy was watching over her interests, night and day. As for the other children here, they're as convinced as she is, especially since the time that circus came to town, and our amusement fund didn't stretch over the last 10 of our enrollment. Martha was one of those who drew lots and lost. She was heartbroken, like the other 9 losers. Then suddenly, as I was lining up those who could go, little Martha ran forward and tugged at my arm. "Matron, matron," she cried, her eyes shining with excitement. "Mommy says I can go. Mommy says to take all the others, and she'll pay their way somehow, so I can go." Of course, that outburst upset the other children and raised their hopes so I hadn't the heart to leave them behind. I decided to borrow the difference from our food bill and juggle accounts later. A foolhardy impulse, but you'll understand how I felt. So off they went to the circus, every one of them. They were fairly dancing with anticipation waiting outside the big tent while I bought the tickets. But my conscience was beginning to prickle. Those 10 extra tickets meant a scantier diet for all of them well into the next month's budget, and I was sure the board would discover it and give me a severe reprimand. I stopped short right there, thinking it over, and wishing heartily that I could spank little Martha. But at that moment I happened to glance down at the sawdust. There, just under my foot, was a small wad of paper money, neatly folded around some silver change. My heart almost stopped, let me tell you, when I counted it. The exact amount, to a penny, for those 10 tickets. I had the local paper advertise later for its loser, but no one claimed it. I've often speculated on the many ways it could have got there. Mrs. Ellison's smile had faded a trifle, but now it came back, full of gentle tolerance. "Perhaps some drunken person dropped it," she suggested. "Surely, my dear matron, there's nothing supernatural about losing money on a circus ground." Oh, well, maybe not." The plump orphanage head looked disgruntled, but unconvinced. "There were other times," she pursued stoutly. "That time, for instance, when little Martha swallowed an open safety pin, the way children will do if you don't watch them every minute. It was a terrible day last fall when we had that ice storm, you remember. Wires were down, and we couldn't locate a doctor, with the poor little thing choking and crying, and that open pin jabbing into her throat with every move she'd make. I was frantic, and Miss Peebles, our resident nurse, was at her wit's end, when all of a sudden, this interstate bus broke down, spang in front of the home gate." Mrs. Ellison's eyes twinkled faintly. "And I suppose," she put in teasingly, "there was a doctor for little Martha on the bus?" The matron did not return her smile, but surreptitiously mopped off a dew of moisture that sprang to her upper lip at the memory. "A doctor?" she replied grimly. "There were 8, coming home from the state medical convention. One was an ear, eye, nose, and throat specialist. Of course, he had that safety pin out in a jiffy. What was so queer, the bus driver said it was battery trouble, with his new battery and wiring just checked carefully at the last station. Oh, it could happen, yes, I grant you, it could happen." Mrs. Ellison chuckled. The chuckle seemed to annoy the matron, and she burst out afresh. "There are dozens of minor incidents like that," she declared. "Martha is eternally finding things the other children will pass 100 times. Pennies in the grass, a half package of gum, a broken toy fire engine once that some child must have thrown over the home fence in a temper. Ask Martha where she gets them, and she'll invariably answer, 'Mommy gave it to me,' with those big eyes of hers as innocent as a lamb's. If I scold her and tell her to say she found it, she'll just say, 'Oh, yes, but Mommy told me where it was.' All that has made a vast impression on the other children. That's why they're a bit in awe of her, because they believe she's hourly guarded and pampered by a... The matron floundered, reddening. Mrs. Ellison lifted one eyebrow humorously at the plump housemother, saw the flush deepen in her round cheeks. By a ghost? She finished, gently derisive. My dear matron, I am astonished that a sensible woman like yourself would permit such a silly notion to survive. Why, it's medieval. The orphanage head folded her lips primly. Well, she said, in a tone that defied argument, I only say it's queer, and that's what it is. The children are afraid of Martha, and she's a problem I'm at a loss to solve. If only somebody would take her off my hands. Somebody I wouldn't mind her going to, with the child's good at heart. But there, nobody wants the poor homely little thing, though she asks everybody who comes here if she's the lady her mommy sent to adopt her. It's a crying shame, but who'd want a crazy child when there are so many normal ones to be had? She followed the visitor's gaze with a look of perplexity and regarded the little girl sitting cross-legged on the ground, playing by herself while others scampered past in noisy groups. But Mrs. Ellison was folding her gloves and putting them in her purse with the gesture of a knight drawing on his gauntlets of chainmail. Then she faced the matron and announced, Who'd want her? I do, and just as soon as it can be arranged. That fixation has been nourished too long in the child's mind. But a home, some new toys, and a little affection will make her forget that nonsense. So, if you'll just rush the formalities, I'd be ever so grateful. The matron blinked at her, surprised for a moment, a tiny flicker of doubt burning behind her spectacles. Then she shrugged and sighed deeply. That I will, was her promise. I only hope you won't regret it, Mrs. Ellison. Frankly, I haven't been able to cope with the situation. It's a strange case and needs a lot of understanding. Don't be too impatient with the child. Nonsense! The visitor squared her shoulders firmly. Martha simply needs a mother. And she strode across the grounds toward the small figure playing alone under the oak tree with a handful of acorn cups. The matron, watching her, shook her head doubtfully as Mrs. Ellison knelt beside the child. Then, with reluctance, she turned away, for there were some 200 other orphans who demanded her daily attention. Little Martha looked up shyly, gravely questioning. Mrs. Ellison studied the vague, sweet smile accorded her, and gathered the child impulsively into her arms. But she was chagrined at the lack of response. Little Martha, not quite cold to her advance, was like a small bony doll in her embrace, neither affectionate nor defiant. One hand clutched an acorn cup with a tiny grass handle, but the other hung limp and did not steal about her neck, as Mrs. Ellison had half expected. It was almost a challenge, she thought, and smiled at the absurdity. Martha, dear, she whispered, you are going home with me and be my little girl. I'll give you a pony and cart and lots of dollies and have your hair curled like that little girl over there. Would you like that? The blue eyes lighted, giving Martha's sallow face a certain quaint beauty for all its freckles and angularity. Oh, yes'm, she breathed. I would, but I'll have to ask Mommy first, she added shyly. Tonight, I guess, maybe she'll tell me if you're the one. Now, Mrs. Ellison laughed with an effort. You must call me your Mommy, dear, because you'll be my own little girl tomorrow. Yes'm, the grave child nodded obediently. I'll call you Mother, if Mommy says it's all right. Oh, I do hope you're the one. And Mrs. Ellison left, feeling baffled and entirely unsure whether or not she had won that first match. The ponderous amount of red tape was snipped through, true to the matron's promise. A few days later, with a late autumn sun gilding the yellow leaves a brighter gold, Mrs. Ellison again drove to the Akipko County orphanage. She had dismissed her chauffeur, bought a woolly Sealyham pup at a pet shop en route, as well as a lovely little blue silk dress, and set forth rather grimly. These, she thought, are my weapons. With these I will lay forever the ghost of Martha's Mommy, and she'll haunt that lonely child no longer. An hour later, they were whirling out of the orphanage driveway, a tall, gentle-eyed woman at the steering wheel, and close beside her, a little girl in a blue dress, ecstatically hugging her new puppy. Threading her way through the afternoon traffic, Mrs. Ellison smiled and chatted merrily, but her heart seethed. Confound that selfish, hysterical woman dying on her hospital cot. She had left a mark on this wistful, credulous baby that time could not erase. For a moment, glancing sideways at her adopted daughter, Martha's second mother hated that first one who stood between them like an invisible wall, in spite of everything she could do. Or did she? Eerily, Mrs. Ellison felt an alien presence in that wide car seat, but not between her and the child. Rather, it seemed that something, was seated on the other side of little Martha, allied with her new mother, guarding the child on one side, while she herself guarded the other. The tall woman shook herself angrily. What utter rot! Was she too succumbing to the child's hallucination? She must exercise that spirit now, or admit defeat by something that did not exist. "Do you love your new mommy?" she coaxed, bending sideways to hug little Martha with one arm. The child snuggled closer. Wide blue eyes blazed up at her, aglow with happiness. "Oh yes, Mother. You are really and truly my mother now, aren't you? So I'll tell you a secret," as the woman's face lighted with triumph. "Mommy told me last night that she picked you out for me a long, long time ago, and she said, 'Martha!'" Mrs. Ellison drew back sharply, as from an unexpected blow. "Stop talking like that," she commanded shortly. "I want you to forget all that nonsense about your mother. Remember and love her always, of course. But your mommy went to heaven over a year ago, and you must stop pretending that—" A scream from the child cut her short. Mrs. Ellison broke off, jerked her head around, and was transfixed with horror to see a huge and driverless gasoline truck hurtling down upon them from the long, narrow hill they were slowly ascending. The great red juggernaut was picking up speed. It careened from curb to curb like a drunken monster, making for their car with a blood-chilling accuracy, blunt-nosed and heavy as a locomotive. Panic swept over Mrs. Ellison, freezing her hands to the steering wheel. A few more yards, and disaster would strike them head-on with a grinding crash. It seemed to the woman that she could hear that sickening sound already, and there was not an alley, not a convenient driveway for them to dart into, only a low rock wall on one side, a sloping terrace on the other. And, as though realizing the futility of further motion, the car stalled dead in the path of the runaway truck. "Oh, darling, jump!" Mrs. Ellison screamed. "Jump out and run! I can't!" But the child at her side had not even heard her. For one who faced death, she seemed strangely calm. Her sallow face had gone so pale that the freckles stood out darkly, and her grip on the new puppy tightened. But her lips moved softly in a half-prayer that was almost inaudible to the woman beside her. "Mommy! Mommy!" the whisper fairly screamed. "Make it stop, Mommy! Please make it stop!" Mrs. Ellison tugged at the child, intent on pulling her out of the doomed car in a last wild chance at safety. But before she could wrench open the car door, there was a metallic squeal of stripped gears. Looking up, wild-eyed, she saw the onrushing truck hop sidewise awkwardly and come to a scraping halt against the curb, a scant 5 feet above them. People came running then, frightened residents and a policeman and the white-faced truck driver. They crowded about the truck, then rushed to the stalled car where Mrs. Ellison was slumped weakly at the wheel. Beside her sat a homely little girl whose strange, quiet smile caused them to look at her and look again intently. "Geez, lady," the truck driver babbled an incoherent apology. "I sure thought I had her brake steady. Jeepers, if that packing case on the seat hadn't fell against the gear shift and knocked her into reverse, you might have been—" Mrs. Ellison merely nodded in answer. She could not trust her voice. She could only stare in a dazed way at the truck, then shift her gaze queerly to the little girl seated beside her. "Are you quite all right, Martha, dear?" she whispered after a moment. "Then let's you and I and And Mommy, go along home.
Yuki-onna by Lafcadio Hearn. In a village of Musashi Province, there lived two woodcutters, Masaku and Minakichi. At the time of which I am speaking, Masaku was an old man, and Minakichi, his apprentice, was a lad of 18 years. Every day they went together to a forest situated about 5 miles from their village. On the way to that forest there is a wide river to cross, and there is a ferry boat. Several times a bridge was built where the ferry is, but the bridge was each time carried away by a flood. No common bridge can resist the current there when the river rises. Masaku and Minakichi were on their way home one very cold evening, when a great snowstorm overtook them. They reached the ferry, and they found that the boatman had gone away, leaving his boat on the other side of the river. It was no day for swimming, and the woodcutters took shelter in the ferryman's hut, thinking themselves lucky to find any shelter at all. There was no brazier in the hut, nor any place in which to make a fire. It was only a 2-mat hut, with a single door, but no window. Masaku and Minakichi fastened the door, and lay down to rest, with their straw raincoats over them. At first they did not feel very cold, and they thought that the storm would soon be over. The old man almost immediately fell asleep, but the boy, Minakichi, lay awake a long time, listening to the awful wind and the continual slashing of the snow against the door. The river was roaring, and the hut swayed and creaked like a junk at sea. It was a terrible storm, and the air was every moment becoming colder, and Minakichi shivered under his raincoat. But at last, in spite of the cold, he too fell asleep. He was awakened by a showering of snow in his face. The door of the hut had been forced open, and by the snowlight he saw a woman in the room, a woman all in white. She was bending above Masaku and blowing her breath upon him, and her breath was like a bright white smoke. Almost in the same moment, she turned to Minakichi and stooped over him. He tried to cry out, but found that he could not utter any sound. The white woman bent down over him, lower and lower, until her face almost touched him, and he saw that she was very beautiful, though her eyes made him afraid. For a little time she continued to look at him. Then she smiled, and she whispered, "I intended to treat you like the other man, but I cannot help feeling some pity for you, because you are so young. You're a pretty boy, Minakichi, and I will not hurt you now. But if you ever tell anybody, even your own mother, about what you have seen this night, I shall know it, and then I will kill you. Remember what I say." With these words, she turned from him and passed through the doorway. Then he found himself able to move, and he sprang up and looked out. But the woman was nowhere to be seen, and the snow was driving furiously into the hut. Minakichi closed the door and secured it by fixing several billets of wood against it. He wondered if the wind had blown it open. He thought that he might have been only dreaming, and might have mistaken the gleam of the snowlight in the doorway for the figure of a white woman, but he could not be sure. He called to Masaku, and was frightened because the old man did not answer. He put out his hand in the dark and touched Masaku's face, and found that it was ice. Masaku was stark and dead. By dawn the storm was over, and when the ferryman returned to his station, a little after sunrise, he found Minakichi lying senseless beside the frozen body of Masaku. Minakichi was promptly cared for, and soon came to himself, but he remained a long time ill from from the effects of the cold of that terrible night. He had been greatly frightened also by the old man's death, but he said nothing about the vision of the woman in white. As soon as he got well again, he returned to his calling, going alone every morning to the forest, and coming back at nightfall with his bundles of wood, which his mother helped him to sell. One evening, in the winter of the following year, as he was on his way home, he overtook a girl who happened to be travelling by the same road. She was a tall, slim girl, very good-looking, and she answered Minakichi's greeting in a voice as pleasant to the ear as the voice of a songbird. Then he walked beside her, and they began to talk. The girl said that her name was Oyuki, that she had lately lost both of her parents, and that she was going to Yedo, where she happened to have some poor relations who might help her to find a situation as a servant. Minakichi soon felt charmed by the strange girl, and the more that he looked at her, the handsomer she appeared to be. He asked her whether she was yet betrothed, and she answered, laughingly, that she was free. Then, in her turn, she asked Minakichi whether he was married or pledged to marry, and he told her that, although he had only a widowed mother to support, the question of an honourable daughter-in-law had not yet been considered, as he was very young. After these confidences, they walked on for a long while without speaking, but, as the proverb declares, when the wish is there, the eyes can say as much as the mouth. By the time they reached the village, they had become very much pleased with each other, and then Minakichi asked Oyuki to rest a while at his house. After some shy hesitation, she went there with him, and his mother made her welcome and prepared a warm meal for her. Oyuki behaved so nicely that Minakichi's mother took a sudden fancy to her and persuaded her to delay her journey to Yedo. And the natural end of the matter was that Oyuki never went to Yedo at all. She remained in the house as an honourable daughter-in-law. Oyuki proved a very good daughter-in-law. When Minakichi's mother came to die, some 5 years later, her last words were words of affection and praise for the wife of her son. And Oyuki bore Minakichi 10 children, boys and girls, handsome children all of them, and very fair of skin. The country folk thought Oyuki a wonderful person, by nature different from themselves. Most of the peasant women age early, but Oyuki, even after having become the mother of 10 children, looked as young and fresh as on the day when she had first come to the village. One night, after the children had gone to sleep, Oyuki was sewing by the light of a paper lamp, and Minakichi, watching her, said, "To see you sewing there with the light on your face makes me think of a strange thing that happened when I was a lad of 18. I then saw somebody as beautiful and white as you are now. Indeed, she was very like you." Without lifting her eyes from her work, Oyuki responded, "Tell me about her. Where did you see her?" Then Minakichi told her about the terrible night in the ferryman's hut, and about the white woman that had stooped above him, smiling and whispering, and about the silent death of old Masaku. And he said, "Asleep or awake, that was the only time that I saw a being as beautiful as you. Of course, she was not a human being, and I was afraid of her, very much afraid, but she was so white. Indeed, I have never been sure whether it was a dream that I saw, or the woman of the snow." Oyuki flung down her sewing, and arose, and bowed above Minakichi where he sat, and shrieked into his face, "It was I! Yuki it was! And I told you then that I would kill you if you ever said one word about it. But for those children asleep there, I would kill you this moment. And now you had better take very, very good care of them, for if ever they have reason to complain of you, I will treat you as you deserve." Even as she screamed, her voice became thin, like a crying of wind. Then she melted into a bright white mist that spired to the roof beams, and shuddered away through the smoke hold. Never again was she seen. Graves and Goblins by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Now talk we of graves and goblins. Fit themes, start not, gentle reader, fit for a ghost like me. Yes, though an earth-clogged fancy is labouring with these conceptions, and an earthly hand will write them down for mortal eyes to read, still their essence flows from as airy a ghost as ever basked in the pale starlight at 12 o'clock. Judge them not by the gross and heavy form in which they now appear. They may be gross indeed, with the earthly pollution contracted from the brain through which they pass, and heavy with the burden of mortal language that crushes all the finer intelligences of the soul. This is no fault of mine, but should aught of ethereal spirit be perceptible, yet scarcely so, glimmering along the dull train of woods, should a faint perfume breathe from the mass of clay, then, gentle reader, thank the ghost who thus embodies himself for your sake. Will you believe me if I say that all true and noble thoughts and elevated imaginations are but partly the offspring of the intellect which seems to produce them? Sprites that were poets once, and are now all poetry, hover round the dreaming bard and become his inspiration. Buried statesmen lend their wisdom, gathered on earth and mellowed in the grave, to the historian. And when the preacher rises nearest to the level of his mighty subject, it is because the prophets of old days have communed with him. Who has not been conscious of mysteries within his mind, mysteries of truth and reality, which will not wear the chains of language? Mortal, then the dead were with you, and thus shall the earth-dulled soul, whom I inspire, be conscious of a misty brightness among his thoughts, and strive to make it gleam upon the page, but all in vain. Poor author! How will he despise what he can grasp for the sake of the dim glory that eludes him? So talk we of graves and goblins. But what have ghosts to do with graves? Mortal man wearing the dust which shall require a sepulchre might deem it more a home and resting place than a spirit can, whose earthly clod has returned to earth. Thus philosophers have reasoned. Yet wiser they who adhere to the ancient sentiment that a phantom haunts and hallows the marbled tomb or grassy hillock where its material form was laid, till purified from each stain of clay, till the passions of the living world are all forgotten, till it have less brotherhood with the wayfarers of earth than with spirits that never wore mortality. The ghost must linger round the grave. Oh, it is a long and dreary watch to some of us. Even in early childhood, I had selected a sweet spot of shade and glimmering sunshine for my grave. It was no burial ground, but a secluded nook of virgin earth where I used to sit whole summer afternoons, dreaming about life and death. My fancy ripened prematurely, and taught me secrets which I could not otherwise have known. I pictured the coming years. They never came to me, indeed, but I pictured them like life, and made this spot the scene of all that should be brightest in youth, manhood, and old age. There, in a little while, it would be time for me to breathe the bashful and burning vows of first love. Thither, after gathering fame abroad, I would return to enjoy the loud plaudit of the world, a vast but unobtrusive sound, like the booming of a distant sea. And thither, at the far-off close of life, an aged man would come, to dream as the boy was dreaming, and be as happy in the past as lie was in futurity. Finally, when all should be finished, in that spot so hallowed, in that soil so impregnated with the most precious of my bliss, there was to be my grave. Methought it would be the sweetest grave that ever a mortal frame reposed in, or an ethereal spirit haunted. There, too, in future times, drawn thither by the spell which I had breathed around the place, boyhood would sport and dream, and youth would love, and manhood would enjoy, and age would dream again, and my ghost would watch but never frighten them. Alas, the vanity of mortal projects, even when they centre in the grave. I died in my first youth, before I had been a lover, at a distance also from the grave which fancy had dug for me, and they buried me in the thronged cemetery of a town, where my marble slab stands unnoticed amid 100 others, and there are coffins on each side of mine. Alas, poor ghost, will the reader say, yet I am a happy ghost enough, and disposed to be contented with my grave, if the sexton will but let it be my own, and bring no other dead man to dispute my title. Earth has left few stains upon me, and it will be but a short time that I need haunt the place. It is good to die in early youth. Had I lived out 60 and 10, or half of them, my spirit would have been so earth-encrusted that centuries might not have purified it for a better home than the dark precincts of the grave. Meantime, there is good choice of company amongst us. From twilight till near sunrise, we are gliding to and fro, some in the graveyard, others miles away, and would we speak with any friend, we do but knock against his tombstone, and pronounce the name engraved on it. In an instant there the shadow stands. Some are ghosts of considerable antiquity. There is an old man hereabout. He never had a tombstone, and is often puzzled to distinguish his own grave, but hereabouts he haunts, and long is doomed to haunt. He was a miser in his lifetime, and buried a strong box of ill-gotten gold, almost fresh from the mint, in the coinage of William and Mary. Scarcely was it safe, when the sexton buried the old man and his secret with him. I could point out the place where the treasure lies. It was at the bottom of the miser's garden, but a paved thoroughfare now passes beside the spot, and the cornerstone of a market-house presses right down upon it. Had the workmen dug 6 inches deeper, they would have found the hoard. Now thither must this poor old miser go, whether in starlight, moonshine, or pitch darkness, and brood above his worthless treasure, recalling all the petty crimes by which he gained it. Not a coin must he fail to reckon in his memory, nor forget a pennyworth of the sin that made up the sum, though his agony is such as if the pieces of gold red-hot were stamped into his naked soul. Often, while he is in torment there, he hears the steps of living men, who love the dross of earth as well as he did. May they never groan over their miserable wealth like him. Night after night, for above 100 years hath he done this penance, and still must he do it, till the iron box be brought to light, and each separate coin be cleansed by grateful tears of a widow or an orphan. My spirit sighs for his long vigil at the corner of the market-house. There are ghosts whom I tremble to meet, and cannot think of without a shudder. One has the guilt of blood upon him. The soul which he thrust untimely forth has long since been summoned from our gloomy graveyard, and dwells among the stars of heaven, too far and too high for even the recollection of mortal anguish to ascend thither. Not so the murderer's ghost. It is his doom to spend all the hours of darkness in the spot which he stained with innocent blood, and to feel the hot stream, hot as when it first gushed upon his hand, incorporating itself with his spiritual substance. Thus his horrible crime is ever fresh within him. 2 other wretches are condemned to walk arm in arm. They were guilty lovers in their lives, and still in death must wear the guise of love, though hatred and loathing have become their very nature and existence. The pollution of their mutual sin remains with them, and makes their souls sick continually. Oh, that I might forget all the dark shadows which haunt about these graves. This passing thought of them has left a stain, and will weigh me down among dust and sorrow, beyond the time that my own transgressions would have kept me here. There is one shade among us whose high nature it is good to meditate upon. He lived a patriot, and is a patriot still. Posterity has forgotten him. The simple slab of red freestone that bore his name was broken long ago, and is now covered by the gradual accumulation of the soil. A tuft of thistles is his only monument. This upright spirit came to his grave after a lengthened life with so little stain of earth that he might, almost immediately, have trodden the pathway of the sky. But his strong love of country chained him down, to share its vicissitudes of weal or woe. With such deep yearning in his soul, he was unfit for heaven. That noblest virtue has the effect of sin, and keeps his pure and lofty spirit in a penance, which may not terminate till America be again a wilderness. Not that there is no joy for the dead patriot. Can he fail to experience it while he contemplates the mighty and increasing power of the land which he protected in its infancy? No, there is much to gladden him, but sometimes I dread to meet him, as he returns from the bedchambers of rulers and politicians, after diving into their secret motives and searching out their aims. He looks round him with a stern and awful sadness, and vanishes into his neglected grave. Let nothing sordid or selfish defile your deeds or thoughts, ye great men of the day, lest ye grieve the noble dead. Few ghosts take such an endearing interest as this, even in their own private affairs. It made me rather sad at first, to find how soon the flame of love expires amid the chill damps of the tomb. So much the sooner, the more fiercely it may have burned. Forget your dead mistress, youth. She has already forgotten you. Maiden, cease to weep for your buried lover. He will know nothing of your tears, nor value them if he did. Yet it were blasphemy to say that true love is other than immortal. It is an earthly passion of which I speak, mingled with little that is spiritual, and must therefore perish with the perishing clay. When souls have loved, there is no falsehood or forgetfulness. Maternal affection, too, is strong as adamant. There are mothers here among us who might have been in heaven 50 years ago, if they could forbear to cherish earthly joy and sorrow, reflected from the bosoms of their children. Husbands and wives have a comfortable gift of oblivion, especially when secure of the faith of their living halves. Jealousy, it is true, will play the devil with a ghost, driving him to the bedside of secondary wedlock, there to scowl, unseen, and gibber inaudible remonstrances. Dead wives, however jealous in their lifetime, seldom feel this posthumous torment so acutely. Many things that appear most important while we walk the busy street lose all their interest the moment we are borne into the quiet graveyard which borders it. For my own part, my spirit had not become so mixed up with earthly existence as to be now held in an unnatural combination, or tortured much with retrospective cares. I still love my parents and a younger sister who remain among the living, and often grieve me by their patient sorrow for the dead. Each separate tear of theirs is an added weight upon my soul, and lengthens my stay among the graves. As to other matters, it exceedingly rejoices me that my summons came before I had time to write a projected poem, which was highly imaginative in conception, and could not have failed to give me a triumphant rank in the choir of our native bards. Nothing is so much to be deprecated as posthumous renown. It keeps the immortal spirit from the proper bliss of his celestial state, and causes him to feed upon the impure breath of mortal man, till sometimes he forgets that there are starry realms above him. Few poets, infatuated that they are, soar upward while the least whisper of their name is heard on earth. On Sabbath evenings, my sisters sit by the fireside, between our father and mother, and repeat some hymns of mine, which they have often heard from my own lips ere the tremulous voice left them forever. Little do they think, those dear ones, that the dead stands listening in the glimmer of the firelight, and is almost gifted with a visible shape by the fond intensity of their remembrance. Now shall the reader know a grief of the poor ghost that speaks to him, a grief, but not a helpless one. Since I have dwelt among the graves, they bore the corpse of a young maiden hither, and laid her in the old ancestral vault, which is hollowed in the side of a grassy bank. It has a door of stone, with rusty iron hinges, and above it a rude sculpture of the family arms, and inscriptions of all their names who have been buried there, including sire and son, mother and daughter, of an ancient colonial race. All of her lineage had gone before, and when the young maiden followed, the portal was closed forever. The night after her burial, when the other ghosts were flitting about their graves, forth came the pale virgin's shadow, with the rest, but knew not whither to go, nor whom to haunt, so lonesome had she been on earth. She stood by the ancient sepulchre, looking upward to the bright stars, as if she would, even then, begin her flight. Her sadness made me sad. That night, and the next, I stood near her in the moonshine, but dared not speak, because she seemed purer than all the ghosts, and fitter to converse with angels than with men. But the third bright eve, still gazing upward to the glory of the heavens, she sighed, and said, "When will my mother come for me?" Her low, sweet voice emboldened me to speak, and she was kind and gentle, though so pure, and answered me again. From that time, always at the ghostly hour, I sought the old tomb of her fathers, and either found her standing by the door or knocked, and she appeared. Blessed creature that she was, her chaste spirit hallowed mine, and imparted such a celestial buoyancy that I longed to grasp her hand and fly, upward, aloft, aloft. I thought, too, that she only lingered here, till my earthlier soul should be purified for heaven. One night, when the stars threw down the light that shadows love, I stole forth to the accustomed spot and knocked with my airy fingers at her door. She answered not. Again I knocked and breathed her name. Where was she? At once the truth fell on my miserable spirit and crushed it to the earth, among dead men's bones and mouldering dust, groaning in cold and desolate agony. Her penance was over. She had taken her trackless flight and had found a home in the purest radiance of the upper stars, leaving me to knock at the stone portal of the darksome sepulchre. But I know that angels hurried her away, or surely she would have whispered ere she fled. She is gone. How could the grave imprison that unspotted one? But her pure, ethereal spirit will not quite forget me, nor soar too high in bliss till I ascend to join her. Soon be that hour. I am weary of the earth damps. They burden me. They choke me. Already I can float in the moonshine. The faint starlight will almost bear up my footsteps. The perfume of flowers, which grosser spirits love, is now too earthly a luxury for me. Grave, thou art not my home. I must flit a little longer in thy night gloom, and then be gone, far from the dust of the living and the dead, far from the corruption that is around me, but no more within. A few times I have visited the chamber of one who walks, obscure and lonely, on his mortal pilgrimage. He will leave not many living friends when he goes to join the dead, where his thoughts often stray, and he might better be. I steal into his sleep and play my part among the figures of his dreams. I glide through the moonlight of his waking fancy, and whisper conceptions which, with a strange thrill of fear, he writes down as his own. I stand beside him now, at midnight, telling these dreamy truths with a voice so dreamlike that he mistakes them for fictions of a brain too prone to such. Yet he glances behind him and shivers while the lamp burns pale. Farewell, dreamer, waking or sleeping. Your brightest dreams are fled. Your mind grows too hard and cold for a spiritual guest to enter. You are earthly too, and have all the sins of earth. The ghost will visit you no more. But where is the maiden, holy and pure, though wearing a form of clay, that would have me bend over her pillow at midnight and leave a blessing there? With a silent invocation, let her summon me. Shrink not, maiden, when I come. In life I was a high-souled youth, meditative yet seldom sad, full of chaste fancies and stainless from all grosser sin. And now, ill death, I bring no loathsome smell of the grave, nor ghostly terrors, but gentle and soothing and sweetly pensive influences. Perhaps, just flattering for the skies, my visit may hallow the wellsprings of thy thought, and make thee heavenly here on earth. Then shall pure dreams and holy meditations bless thy life, nor thy sainted spirit linger round the grave, but seek the upper stars and meet me there. The House Party at Smoky Island by L. M. Montgomery. When Madeline Stanwick asked me to join her house party at Smoky Island, I was not at first disposed to do so. It was too early in the season, and there would be mosquitoes. One mosquito can keep me more awake than a bad conscience, and there are millions of mosquitoes in Muskoka. No, the season for them is over, Madeline assured me. Madeline would say anything to get her way. The mosquito season is never over in Muskoka, I said, as grumpily as anyone could speak to Madeline. They thrive up there at 0. And even if by some miracle there are no mosquitoes, I've no hankering to be chewed to pieces by black flies. Even Madeline did not dare to say there would be no black flies, so she wisely fell back on her Madelinity. Please come, for my sake, she said wistfully. It wouldn't be a real party for me if you weren't there, Jim, darling. I am Madeline's favorite cousin, 20 years her senior, and she calls everybody darling when she wants to get something out of him. Not but that Madeline... But this story is not about Madeline. It is about an occurrence which took place at Smoky Island. None of us pretends to understand it, except the judge, who pretends to understand everything. But he really understands it no better than the rest of us. His latest explanation is that we were all hypnotized, and in the state of hypnosis saw and remembered things we couldn't otherwise have seen or remembered. But even he cannot explain who or what hypnotized us. I decided to yield, but not all at once. Has your Smoky Island housekeeper still got that detestable white parrot? I asked. Yes, but it is much better mannered than it used to be, assured Madeline. And you know you have always liked her cat. Who'll be in your party? I'm rather finicky as to the company I keep. Madeline grinned. You know I never invite anyone but interesting people to my parties. I bowed to the implied compliment, with a dull one or two to show off the sparkle of the rest of us. I did not bow this time. Consuelo Anderson, Aunt Alma, Professor Tennant and his wife, Dick Lane, Todd Newman, Senator Malcolm and Mrs. Senator, Old Nosy, Min Ingram, Judge Warden, Mary Harland, and a few bright young things to amuse me. I ran over the list in my mind, not disapprovingly. Consuelo was a very fat girl with a B.A. degree. I liked her because she could sit still for a longer time than any woman I know. Tennant was professor of something he called the new pathology, an insignificant little man with a gigantic intellect. Dick Lane was one of those calming men who never seemed to arrive, but a frank, friendly, charming fellow enough. Mary Harland was a comfortable spinster, Todd an amusing little fop, Aunt Alma a sweet, silvery-haired thing like a Whistler mother. Old Nosy, whose real name was Miss Alexander, and who never let anyone forget that she had nearly sailed on the Lusitania, and the Malcolms had no terrors for me, although the senator always called his wife Kittens, and Judge Warden was an old crony of mine. I did not like Min Ingram, who had a rapier-like tongue, but she could be ignored, along with the bright young things. Is that all? I asked cautiously. Well, Dr. Armstrong and Brenda, of course, said Madeline, eyeing me as if it were not at all of course. Is that wise? I said slowly. Madeline crumpled. Of course not, she said miserably. It will likely spoil everything, but John insists on it. You know, he and Anthony Armstrong have been pals all their lives, and Brenda and I have always been chummy. It would look so funny if we didn't have them. I don't know what has got into her. We all know Anthony never poisoned Suzette. Brenda doesn't know it, apparently, I said. Well, she ought to, snapped Madeline, as if Anthony could have poisoned anyone. But that's one of the reasons I particularly want you to come. Ah, now we're getting at it. But why me? Because you've more influence over Brenda than anyone else. Oh, yes, you have. If you could get her to open up, talk to her, you might help her. Because if something doesn't help her soon, she'll be beyond help. You know that. I knew it well enough. The case of the Anthony Armstrongs was worrying us all. We saw a tragedy being enacted before our eyes, and we could not lift a finger to help. For Brenda would not talk, and Anthony had never talked. The story, now 5 years old, was known to all of us, of course. Anthony's first wife had been Suzette Wilder. Of the dead, nothing but good, so I will say of Suzette only that she was very beautiful and very rich. Luckily, her fortune had come to her unexpectedly by the death of an aunt and cousin after she had married Anthony, so that he could not be accused of fortune-hunting. He had been wildly in love with Suzette at first, but after they had been married a few years, I don't think he had much affection left for her. None of the rest of us had ever had any to begin with. When word came back from California, where Anthony had taken her one winter for her nerves, that she was dead, I don't suppose anyone felt any regret, nor any suspicion when we heard that she had died from an overdose of chloral, rather mysteriously, to be sure, for Suzette was neither careless nor suicidally inclined. There were some ugly rumors, especially when it became known that Anthony had inherited her entire fortune under her will, but nobody ever dared say much openly. We, who knew and loved Anthony, never paid any heed to the hints. And when, 2 years later, he married Brenda young, we were all glad. Anthony, we said, would have some real happiness now. For a time he did have it. Nobody could doubt that he and Brenda were ecstatically happy. Brenda was a sincere, spiritual creature, lovely after a fashion totally different from Suzette. Suzette had had golden hair and eyes as cool and green as fluorspar. Brenda had slim, dark distinction, hair that blended with the dusk, and eyes so full of twilight that it was hard to say whether they were blue or grey. She loved Anthony so terribly that sometimes I thought she was tempting the gods. Then, slowly, subtly, remorselessly, the change set in. We began to feel that there was something wrong, very wrong, between the Armstrongs. They were no longer quite so happy. They were not happy at all. They were wretched. Brenda's old delightful laugh was never heard, and Anthony went about his work with an air of abstraction that didn't please his patients. His practice had fallen off a while before Suzette's death, but it had picked up and grown wonderfully. Now it began dropping again, and the worst of it was that Anthony didn't seem to care. Of course, he didn't need it from a financial point of view, but he had always been so keenly interested in his work. I don't know whether it was merely surmise or whether Brenda had let her word slip, but we all knew or felt that a horrible suspicion possessed her. There was some whisper of an anonymous letter full of vile innuendos that had started the trouble. I never knew the rights of that, but I did know that Brenda had become a haunted woman. Had Anthony given Suzette that overdose of chloral, given it purposely? If she had been the kind of woman who talks things out, some of us might have saved her. But she wasn't. It's my belief that she never said one word to Anthony of the cold horror of distrust that was poisoning her life. But he must have felt she suspected him, and between them was the chill and shadow of a thing that must not be spoken of. At the time of Madeline's house party, the state of affairs between the Armstrongs was such that Brenda had almost reached the breaking point. Anthony's nerves were tense too, and his eyes were almost as tragic as hers. We were all ready to hear that Brenda had left him or done something more desperate still, and nobody could do a thing to help. Not even I, in spite of Madeline's foolish hopes. I couldn't go to Brenda and say, "Look here, you know, Anthony never thought of such a thing as poisoning Suzette." After all, in spite of our surmises, the trouble might be something else altogether. And if she did suspect him, what proof could I offer her that would root the obsession out of her mind? I hardly thought the Armstrongs would go to Smoky Island, but they did. When Anthony turned on the wharf and held out his hand to assist Brenda from the motorboat, she ignored it, stepping swiftly off without any assistance, and running up through the rock garden and the pointed firs. I saw Anthony go very white. I felt a little sick myself. If matters had come to such a pass that she shrank from his mere touch, disaster was near. Smoky Island was in a little blue Muskoka lake, and the house was called the Wigwam, probably because nothing on earth could be less like a wigwam. The Stanwyck money had made a wonderful place of it, but even the Stanwyck money could not buy fine weather. Madeline's party was a flop. It rained every day, more or less, for the week, and though we all tried heroically to make the best of things, I don't think I ever spent a more unpleasant time. The parrot's manners were no better, in spite of Madeline's assurances. Min Ingram had brought an aloof, disdainful dog with her that everyone hated because he despised us all. Min herself kept passing out needle-like insults when she saw anyone in danger of being comfortable. I thought the bright young thing seemed to hold me responsible for the weather. All our nerves got edgy except Aunt Halma's. Nothing ever upset Aunt Halma. She prided herself a bit on that. On Saturday, the weather wound up with a regular downpour and a wind that rushed out of the black-green pines to lash the wigwam and then rushed back like a maddened animal. The air was as full of torn, flying leaves as of rain, and the lake was a splatter of tossing waves. This charming day ended in a dank, streaming night. And yet things had seemed a bit better than any day yet. Anthony was away. He had got some mysterious telegram just after breakfast, had taken the small motorboat and gone to the mainland. I was thankful, for I felt I could no longer endure seeing a man's soul tortured as his was. Brenda had kept her room all day on the good old plea of a headache. I won't say it wasn't a relief. We all felt the strain between her and Anthony like a tangible thing. Something is going to happen, Madeline kept saying to me. She was really worse than the parrot. After dinner, we all gathered around the fireplace in the hall, where a cheerful fire of white birchwood was glowing. For although it was June, the evening was cold. I settled back with a sigh of relief. After all, nothing lasted forever, and this infernal house party would be over on Monday. Besides, it was really quite comfortable and cheerful here, despite rattling windows and wailing winds and rain-swept panes. Madeline turned out the electric lights, and the firelight was kind to the women, who all looked quite charming. Some of the bright young things sat cross-legged on the floor with arms around one another quite indiscriminately as far as sex was concerned, except one languid, sophisticated creature in orange velvet and long amber earrings who sat on a low stool with a lapful of silken housekeeper's cat, giving everyone an excellent view of the bones in her spine. Min's dog posed haughtily on the rug, and the parrot in his cage was quiet, for him, only telling us once in a while that he or someone else was devilish clever. Mrs. Howie, the housekeeper, insisted on keeping him in the hall, and Madeline had to wink at it, because it was hard to get a housekeeper in Muskoka, even for a wigwam. The judge was looking like a chuckle, because he had solved a jigsaw puzzle that had baffled everyone, and the professor and senator, who had been arguing stormily all day, were basking in each other's regard for a foeman worthy of his steel. Consuelo was sitting still, as usual. Mrs. Tennant and Aunt Alma were knitting pullovers. Kittens, her fat hands folded across her satin stomach, were surveying her senator adoringly, and Miss Nosy was taking everything in. We were, for the time being, a contented, congenial bunch of people, and I did not see why Madeline should have suddenly proposed that each of us tell a ghost story, but she did. It was an ideal night for ghost stories, she averred. She hadn't heard any for ages, and she understood that everybody had had at least one supernatural occurrence in his or her life. I haven't, growled the judge contemptuously. I suppose, said Professor Tennant a little belligerently, that you would call anyone an ass who believed in ghosts. The judge carefully fitted his fingertips together before he replied. Oh dear, no, I would not so insult asses. Of course, if you don't believe in ghosts, they can't happen, said Consuelo. Some people are able to see ghosts and some are not, announced Dick Lane. It's simply a gift. A gift I was not dowered with, said Kittens complacently. Mary Harlan shuddered. What a dreadful thing it would be if the dead really came back. From ghoulies and ghasties and lang-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night, good Lord deliver us, quoted Ted flippantly. But Madeline was not to be sidetracked. Her little elfish face under its crown of russet hair was alive with determination. We're going to spook a bit, she said resolutely. This is just the sort of night for ghosts to walk. Only, of course, they can't walk here because the wigwam isn't haunted, I'm sorry to say. Wouldn't it be heavenly to live in a haunted house? Come now, everyone must tell a ghost story. Professor Tennant, you lead off. Something nice and creepy, please. To my surprise, the professor did lead off, although Mrs. Tennant's expression plainly informed us that she didn't approve of juggling with ghosts. He told a very good story, too, punctuated with snorts from the judge, about a house he knew which had been haunted by the voice of a dead child, who joined in every conversation bitterly and vindictively. The child had, of course, been ill-treated and murdered, and its body was eventually found under the hearthstone of the library. Then Dick told a tale about a dead dog that avenged its master. Consuelo amazed me by spinning a really gruesome yarn of a ghost who came to the wedding of her lover with her rival. Consuelo said she knew the people. Ted knew a house in which you heard voices and footfalls where no voices or footfalls could be, and even Aunt Alma told of a white lady with a cold hand who asked you to dance with her. If you were reckless enough to accept the invitation, you never lost the feeling of her cold hand in yours. This chilly apparition was always garbed in the costume of the 70s. Fancy a ghost in a crinoline, giggled a bright young thing. Min Ingram, of all people, had seen a ghost and took it quite seriously. Well, show me a ghost and I'll believe in it, said the judge, with another snort. Isn't he devilish clever? Croaked the parrot. Just at this point, Brenda drifted downstairs and sat down behind us all, her tragic eyes burning out of her white face. I had a feeling that there, in that calm, untroubled scene, full of good-humored, tolerably amused, commonplace people, a human heart was burning at the stake in agony. Something fell over us with Brenda's coming. Min Ingram's dog suddenly whined and flattened himself out on the rug. It occurred to me that it was the first time I'd ever seen him looking like a real dog. I wondered idly what had frightened him. The housekeeper's cat sat up, its back bristling, slid from the orange velvet lap and slunk out of the hall. I had a queer sensation in the roots of what hair I had left, so I turned hastily to the slim, dark girl on the oak settle at my right. "You haven't told us a ghost story yet, Christine. It's your turn." Christine smiled. I saw the judge looking admiringly at her ankles, sheathed in chiffon hose. The judge always had an eye for a pretty ankle. As for me, I was wondering why I couldn't recall Christine's last name, and why I felt as if I had been impelled in some odd way to make that commonplace remark to her. "Do you remember how firmly Aunt Elizabeth believed in ghosts?" said Christine, "and how angry it used to make her when I laughed at the idea? I am wiser now." "I remember," said the senator in a dreamy way. "It was your Aunt Elizabeth's money that went to the first Mrs. Armstrong, wasn't it?" said one of the bright young things, nicknamed Tweezers. It was an abominable thing for anyone to say, right there before Brenda, but nobody seemed horrified. I had another odd feeling that it had to be said, and who but Tweezers would say it? I had another feeling that ever since Brenda's entrance, every trifle was important, every tone was of profound significance, every word had a hidden meaning. Was I developing nerves? "Yes," said Christine evenly. "Do you suppose Suzette Armstrong really took that overdose of chloral on purpose?" went on Tweezers unbelievably. Not being near enough to Tweezers to assassinate her, I looked at Brenda. But Brenda gave no sign of having heard. She was staring fixedly at Christine. "No," said Christine. I wondered how she knew, but there was no question whatsoever in my mind that she did know it. She spoke as one having authority. Suzette had no intention of dying, and yet she was doomed, although she never suspected it. She had an incurable disease which would have killed her in a few months. Nobody knew that, except Anthony and me, and she had come to hate Anthony so. She was going to change her will the very next day, leave everything away from him. She told me so. I was furious. Anthony, who had spent his life doing good to suffering creatures, was to be left poor and struggling again, after his practice had been all shot to pieces by Suzette's goings-on. I had loved Anthony ever since I had known him. He didn't know it, but Suzette did. Trust her for that. She used to twit me with it. Not that it mattered. I knew he would never care for me, but I saw my chance to do something for him, and I took it. I gave Suzette that overdose of chloral. I loved him enough for that, and for this. Somebody screamed. I have never known whether it was Brenda or not. Aunt Alma, who was never upset over anything, was huddled in her chair in hysterics. Kittens, her fat figure shaking, was clinging to her senator, whose foolish, amiable face was grey, absolutely grey. Min Ingram was on her knees, and the judge was trying to keep his hands from shaking by clenching them together. His lips were moving, and I know I caught the word God. As for Tweezers and all the rest of her gang, they were no longer bright young things, but simply shivering, terrified children. I felt sick, very, very sick, because there was no one on the oak settle, and none of us had ever known or heard of the girl I had called Christine. At that moment, the hall door opened, and a dripping Anthony entered. Brenda flung herself hungrily against him, wet as he was. "Anthony, Anthony, forgive me," she sobbed. Something good to see came into Anthony's worn face. "Have you been frightened, darling?" he said tenderly. "I'm sorry I was so late. There was really no danger. I waited to get an answer to my wire to Los Angeles. You see, I got word this morning that Christine Latham had been killed in a motor accident yesterday evening. She was Suzette's second cousin and nurse, a dear, loyal little thing. I was very fond of her. I'm sorry you've had such an anxious evening, sweetheart." Keeping His Promise by Algernon Blackwood. It was 11 o'clock at night, and young Marriott was locked into his room, cramming as hard as he could cram. He was a fourth-year man at Edinburgh University, and he had been ploughed for this particular examination so often that his parents had positively declared they could no longer supply the funds to keep him there. His rooms were cheap and dingy, but it was the lecture fees that took the money. So Marriott pulled himself together at last, and definitely made up his mind that he would pass or die in the attempt, and for some weeks now he had been reading as hard as mortal man can read. He was trying to make up for lost time and money in a way that showed conclusively he did not understand the value of either. For no ordinary man, and Marriott was in every sense an ordinary man, can afford to drive the mind as he'd lately been driving his, without sooner or later paying the cost. Among the students he had few friends or acquaintances, and these few had promised not to disturb him at night, knowing he was at last reading in earnest. It was, therefore, with feelings a good deal stronger than mere surprise, that he heard his doorbell ring on this particular night, and realized that he was to have a visitor. Some men would simply have muffled the bell and gone on quietly with their work. But Marriott was not this sort. He was nervous. It would have bothered and pecked at his mind all night long not to know who the visitor was and what he wanted. The only thing to do, therefore, was to let him in and out again as quickly as possible. The landlady went to bed at 10 o'clock punctually, after which hour nothing would induce her to pretend she heard the bell. So Marriott jumped up from his books with an exclamation that augured ill for the reception of his caller, and prepared to let him in with his own hand. The streets of Edinburgh town were very still at this late hour. It was late for Edinburgh, and in the quiet neighbourhood where Marriott lived on the third floor, scarcely a sound broke the silence. As he crossed the floor, the bell rang a second time with unnecessary clamour, and he unlocked the door and passed into the little hallway with considerable wrath and annoyance in his heart at the insolence of the double interruption. The fellows all know I'm reading for this exam. Why in the world do they come to bother me at such an unearthly hour? The inhabitants of the building, with himself, were medical students, general students, poor writers to the signet, and some others whose vocations were perhaps not so obvious. The stone staircase, dimly lighted at each floor by a gas jet that would not turn above a certain height, wound down to the level of the street with no pretence at carpet or railing. At some levels it was cleaner than at others. It depended on the landlady of the particular level. The acoustic properties of a spiral staircase seemed to be peculiar. Marriott, standing by the open door, book in hand, thought every moment the owner of the footsteps would come into view. The sound of the boots was so close and so loud that they seemed to travel disproportionately in advance of their cause. Wondering who it could be, he stood ready with all manner of sharp greetings for the man who dared thus to disturb his work. But the man did not appear. The steps sounded almost under his nose, yet no one was visible. A sudden, queer sensation of fear passed over him, a faintness and a shiver down the back. It went, however, almost as soon as it came, and he was just debating whether he would call aloud to his invisible visitor or slam the door and return to his books, when the cause of the disturbance turned the corner very slowly and came into view. It was a stranger. He saw a youngish man, short of figure, and very broad. His face was the colour of a piece of chalk, and the eyes, which were very bright, had heavy lines underneath them. Though the cheeks and chin were unshaven and the general appearance unkempt, the man was evidently a gentleman, for he was well dressed and bore himself with a certain air. But, strangest of all, he wore no hat, and carried none in his hand, and although rain had been falling steadily all the evening, he appeared to have neither overcoat nor umbrella. 100 questions sprang up in Marriott's mind and rushed to his lips, chief among which was something like, "Who in the world are you?" and "What in the name of heaven do you come to me for?" But none of these questions found time to express themselves in words. for almost at once the caller turned his head a little so that the gaslight in the hall fell upon his features from a new angle. Then, in a flash, Marriott recognized him. "Field! Man alive, is it you?" he gasped. The fourth-year man was not lacking in intuition, and he perceived at once that here was a case for delicate treatment. He divined, without any actual process of thought, that the catastrophe often predicted had come at last, and that this man's father had turned him out of the house. They had been at a private school together years before, and though they had hardly met once since, the news had not failed to reach him from time to time with considerable detail, for the family lived near his own, and between certain of the sisters there was great intimacy. Young Field had gone wild later. He remembered hearing about it all: drink, a woman, opium, or something of the sort. He could not exactly call to mind. "Come in," he said at once, his anger vanishing. "There's been something wrong, I can see. Come in, and tell me all about it, and perhaps I can help." He hardly knew what to say, and stammered a lot more besides. The dark side of life, and the horror of it, belonged to a world that lay remote from his own select little atmosphere of books and dreamings, but he had a man's heart for all that. He led the way across the hall, shutting the front door carefully behind him, and noticed as he did so that the other, though certainly sober, was unsteady on his legs and evidently much exhausted. Marriott might not be able to pass his examinations, but he at least knew the symptoms of starvation, acute starvation, unless he was much mistaken, when they stared him in the face. "Come along," he said cheerfully, and with genuine sympathy in his voice. "I'm glad to see you. I was going to have a bite of something to eat, and you're just in time to join me." The other made no audible reply, and shuffled so feebly with his feet that Marriott took his arm by way of support. He noticed for the first time that the clothes hung on him with pitiful looseness. The broad frame was literally hardly more than a frame. He was as thin as a skeleton. But, as he touched him, the sensation of faintness and dread returned. It only lasted a moment, and then passed off, and he ascribed it not unnaturally to the distress and shock of seeing a former friend in such a pitiful plight. "Better let me guide you. It's shamefully dark, this hall. I'm always complaining," he said lightly, recognizing by the weight upon his arm that the guidance was sorely needed. "But the old cat never does anything except promise." He led him to the sofa, wondering all the time where he had come from and how he had found out the address. It must be at least 7 years since those days at the private school, when they used to be such close friends. "Now, if you'll forgive me for a minute," he said, "I'll get supper ready, such as it is. And don't bother to talk. Just take it easy on the sofa. I see you're dead tired. You can tell me about it afterwards, and we'll make plans." The other sat down on the edge of the sofa and stared in silence, while Marriott got out the brown loaf, scones, and huge pot of marmalade that Edinburgh students always keep in their cupboards. His eyes shone with a brightness that suggested drugs, Marriott thought, stealing a glance at him from behind the cupboard door. He did not like yet to take a full square look. The fellow was in a bad way, and it would have been so like an examination to stare and wait for explanations. Besides, he was evidently almost too exhausted to speak. So, for reasons of delicacy, and for another reason as well, which he could not exactly formulate to himself, he let his visitor rest apparently unnoticed, while he busied himself with the supper. He lit the spirit lamp to make cocoa, and when the water was boiling, he drew up the table with the good things to the sofa, so that Field need not have even the trouble of moving to a chair. "Now, let's tuck in," he said, "and afterwards we'll have a pipe and a chat. I'm reading for an exam, you know, and I always have something about this time. It's jolly to have a companion." He looked up and caught his guest's eyes directed straight upon his own. An involuntary shudder ran through him from head to foot. The face opposite him was deadly white, and wore a dreadful expression of pain and mental suffering. "By God," he said, jumping up. "I quite forgot. I've got some whiskey somewhere. What an ass I am. I never touch it myself when I'm working like this." He went to the cupboard and poured out a stiff glass, which the other swallowed at a single gulp and without any water. Marriott watched him while he drank it, and at the same time noticed something else as well. Field's coat was all over dust, and on one shoulder was a bit of cobweb. It was perfectly dry. Field arrived on a soaking wet night without hat, umbrella, or overcoat, and yet perfectly dry, even dusty. Therefore, he had been under cover. What did it all mean? Had he been hiding in the building? It was very strange. Yet he volunteered nothing, and Marriott had pretty well made up his mind by this time that he would not ask any questions until he had eaten and slept. Food and sleep were obviously what the poor devil needed most and first. He was pleased with his powers of ready diagnosis, and it would not be fair to press him till he had recovered a bit. They ate their supper together, while the host carried on a running one-sided conversation, chiefly about himself and his exams, and his old cat of a landlady, so that the guest need not utter a single word unless he really wished to, which he evidently did not. But while he toyed with his food, feeling no desire to eat, the other ate voraciously. To see a hungry man devour cold scones, stale oatcake, and brown bread laden with marmalade was a revelation to this inexperienced student who had never known what it was to be without at least 3 meals a day. He watched in spite of himself, wondering why the fellow did not choke in the process. But Field seemed to be as sleepy as he was hungry. More than once his head dropped, and he ceased to masticate the food in his mouth. Marriott had positively to shake him before he would go on with his meal. A stronger emotion will overcome a weaker, but this struggle between the sting of real hunger and the magical opiate of overpowering sleep was a curious sight to the student, who watched it with mingled astonishment and alarm. He had heard of the pleasure it was to feed hungry men and watch them eat, but he had never actually witnessed it, and he had no idea it was like this. Field ate like an animal, gobbled, stuffed, gorged. Marriott forgot his reading, and began to feel something very much like a lump in his throat. "Afraid there's been awfully little to offer you, old man," he managed to blurt out, when at length the last scone had disappeared, and the rapid, one-sided meal was at an end. Field still made no reply, for he was almost asleep in his seat. He merely looked up wearily and gratefully. "Now you must have some sleep, you know," he continued, "or you'll go to pieces. I shall be up all night reading for this blessed exam. You're more than welcome to my bed. Tomorrow we'll have a late breakfast, and see what can be done, and make plans. I'm awfully good at making plans, you know," he added, with an attempt at lightness. Field maintained his dead sleepy silence, but appeared to acquiesce, and the other led the way into the bedroom, apologizing as he did so to this half-starved son of a baronet, whose own home was almost a palace for the size of the room. The weary guest, however, made no pretense of thanks or politeness. He merely steadied himself on his friend's arm as he staggered across the room, and then, with all his clothes on, dropped his exhausted body on the bed. In less than a minute, he was to all appearances sound asleep. For several minutes, Marriott stood in the open door and watched him, praying devoutly that he might never find himself in a like predicament, and then fell to wondering what he would do with his unbidden guest on the morrow. But he did not stop long to think, for the call of his books was imperative, and happen what might, he must see to it that he passed that examination. Having again locked the door into the hall, he sat down to his books and resumed his notes on materia medica, where he had left off when the bell rang. But it was difficult for some time to concentrate his mind on the subject. His thoughts kept wandering to the picture of that white-faced, strange-eyed fellow, starved and dirty, lying in his clothes and boots on the bed. He recalled their school days together before they had drifted apart, and how they had vowed eternal friendship, and all the rest of it. And now, what horrible straits to be in. How could any man let the love of dissipation take such hold upon him? But one of their vows together, Marriott, it seemed, had completely forgotten. Just now, at any rate, it lay too far in the background of his memory to be recalled. Through the half-open door, the bedroom led out of the sitting-room and had no other door, came the sound of deep, long-drawn breathing, the regular, steady breathing of a tired man, so tired that even to listen to it made Marriott almost want to go to sleep himself. He needed it, reflected the student, and perhaps it came only just in time. Perhaps so, for outside the bitter wind from across the Forth howled cruelly and drove the rain in cold streams against the window panes and down the deserted streets. Long before Marriott settled down again properly to his reading, he heard distantly, as it were, through the sentences of the book, the heavy, deep breathing of the sleeper in the next room. A couple of hours later, when he yawned and changed his books, he still heard the breathing, and went cautiously up to the door to look round. At first, the darkness of the room must have deceived him, or else his eyes were confused and dazzled by the recent glare of the reading lamp. For a minute or two, he could make out nothing at all but dark lumps of furniture, the mass of the chest of drawers by the wall, and the white patch where his bath stood in the centre of the floor. Then the bed came slowly into view, and on it he saw the outline of the sleeping body gradually take shape before his eyes, growing up strangely into the darkness, till it stood out in marked relief, the long black form against the white counterpane. He could hardly help smiling. Field had not moved an inch. He watched him a moment or two, and then returned to his books. The night was full of the singing voices of the wind and rain. There was no sound of traffic. No hansoms clattered over the cobbles, and it was still too early for the milk carts. He worked on steadily and conscientiously, only stopping now and again to change a book, or to sip some of the poisonous stuff that kept him awake and made his brain so active. And on these occasions Field's breathing was always distinctly audible in the room. Outside, the storm continued to howl, but inside, the house all was stillness. The shade of the reading lamp threw all the light upon the littered table, leaving the other end of the room in comparative darkness. The bedroom door was exactly opposite him where he sat. There was nothing to disturb the worker, nothing but an occasional rush of wind against the windows, and a slight pain in his arm. This pain, however, which he was unable to account for, grew once or twice very acute. It bothered him, and he tried to remember how and when he could have bruised himself so severely, but without success. At length the page before him turned from yellow to grey, and there were sounds of wheels in the street below. It was 4 o'clock. Marriott leaned back and yawned prodigiously. Then he drew back the curtains. The storm had subsided, and the castle rock was shrouded in mist. With another yawn, he turned away from the dreary outlook, and prepared to sleep the remaining 4 hours till breakfast on the sofa. Field was still breathing heavily in the next room, and he first tiptoed across the floor to take another look at him. Peering cautiously round the half-open door, his first glance fell upon the bed, now plainly discernible in the grey light of morning. He stared hard. Then he rubbed his eyes. Then he rubbed his eyes again, and thrust his head farther round the edge of the door. With fixed eyes, he stared harder still, and harder. But it made no difference at all. He was staring into an empty room. The sensation of fear he had felt when Field first appeared upon the scene returned suddenly, but with much greater force. He became conscious, too, that his left arm was throbbing violently and causing him great pain. He stood wondering and staring and trying to collect his thoughts. He was trembling from head to foot. By a great effort of the will, he left the support of the door and walked forward boldly into the room. There, upon the bed, was the impress of a body where Field had lain and slept. There was the mark of the head on the pillow, and the slight indentation at the foot of the bed where the boots had rested on the counterpane. And there, plainer than ever, for he was closer to it, was the breathing. Marriott tried to pull himself together. With a great effort he found his voice and called his friend aloud by name. "Field! Is that you? Where are you?" There was no reply, but the breathing continued without interruption, coming directly from the bed. His voice had such an unfamiliar sound that Marriott did not care to repeat his questions, but he went down on his knees and examined the bed above and below, pulling the mattress off finally, and taking the coverings away separately, one by one. But though the sounds continued, there was no visible sign of Field, nor was there any space in which a human being, however small, could have concealed itself. He pulled the bed out from the wall, but the sound stayed where it was. It did not move with the bed. Marriott, finding self-control a little difficult in his weary condition, at once set about a thorough search of the room. He went through the cupboard, the chest of drawers, the little alcove where the clothes hung, everything. But there was no sign of anyone. The small window near the ceiling was closed, and anyhow was not large enough to let a cat pass. The sitting-room door was locked on the inside. He could not have got out that way. Curious thoughts began to trouble Marriott's mind, bringing in their train unwelcome sensations. He grew more and more excited. He searched the bed again till it resembled the scene of a pillow fight. He searched both rooms, knowing all the time it was useless, and then he searched again. A cold perspiration broke out all over his body, and the sound of heavy breathing all this time never ceased to come from the corner where Field had lain down to sleep. Then he tried something else. He pushed the bed back exactly into its original position, and himself lay down upon it just where his guest had lain. But the same instant he sprang up again in a single bound. The breathing was close beside him, almost on his cheek, and between him and the wall. Not even a child could have squeezed into the space. He went back into his sitting-room, opened the windows, welcoming all the light and air possible, and tried to think the whole matter over quietly and clearly. Men who read too hard and slept too little he knew were sometimes troubled with very vivid hallucinations. Again, he calmly reviewed every incident of the night, his accurate sensations, the vivid details, the emotion stirred in him, the dreadful feast. No single hallucination could ever combine all these and cover so long a period of time. But with less satisfaction, he thought of the recurring faintness and curious sense of horror that had once or twice come over him, and then of the violent pains in his arm. These were quite unaccountable. Moreover, now that he began to analyze and examine, there was one other thing that fell upon him like a sudden revelation. During the whole time, Field had not actually uttered a single word. Yet, as though in mockery upon his reflections, there came ever from that inner room the sound of the breathing, long-drawn, deep, and regular. The thing was incredible. It was absurd. Haunted by visions of brain fever and insanity, Marriott put on his cap and mackintosh and left the house. The morning air on Arthur's Seat would blow the cobwebs from his brain, the scent of the heather, and above all the sight of the sea. He roamed over the wet slopes above Holyrood for a couple of hours, and did not return until the exercise had shaken some of the horror out of his bones, and given him a ravening appetite into the bargain. As he entered, he saw that there was another man in the room, standing against the window with his back to the light. He recognized his fellow student, Green, who was reading for the same examination. "Read hard all night, Marriott," he said, "and thought I'd drop in here to compare notes and have some breakfast. You're out early?" he added, by way of a question. Marriott said he had a headache, and a walk had helped it, and Green nodded and said, "Ah." But when the girl had set the steaming porridge on the table and gone out again, he went on with rather a forced tone, Didn't know you had any friends who drank, Marriott." This was obviously tentative, and Marriott replied dryly that he did not know it either. "Sounds just as if some chap was sleeping it off in there, doesn't it, though?" persisted the other, with a nod in the direction of the bedroom, and looking curiously at his friend. The two men stared steadily at each other for several seconds, and then Marriott said earnestly, "Then you hear it too, thank God." "Of course I hear it. The door's open. I'm sorry if I wasn't meant to." "Oh, I don't mean that," said Marriott, lowering his voice, "but I'm awfully relieved. Let me explain. Of course, if you hear it too, then it's all right. But really it frightened me more than I can tell you. I thought I was going to have brain fever or something. You know what a lot depends on this exam. It always begins with sounds or visions or some sort of beastly hallucination, and I—" "Rot!" ejaculated the other impatiently. "What are you talking about?" "Now listen to me, Green," said Marriott, as calmly as he could, for the breathing was still plainly audible. "And I'll tell you what I mean, only don't interrupt." And thereupon he related exactly what had happened during the night, telling everything, even down to the pain in his arm. When it was over, he got up from the table and crossed the room. "You hear the breathing now, plainly, don't you?" he said. Green said he did. "Well, come with me, and we'll search the room together." The other, however, did not move from his chair. "I've been in already," he said sheepishly. "I heard the sounds and thought it was you. The door was ajar, so I went in." Marriott made no comment, but pushed the door open as wide as it would go. As it opened, the sound of breathing grew more and more distinct. "Someone must be in there," said Green under his breath. "Someone is in there. But where?" said Marriott. Again, he urged his friend to go in with him, but Green refused point-blank, said he had been in once and had searched the room, and there was nothing there. He would not go in again for a good deal. They shut the door and retired into the other room to talk it all over with many pipes. Green questioned his friend very closely, but without illuminating result, since questions cannot alter facts. "The only thing that ought to have a logical explanation is the pain in my arm," said Marriott, rubbing that member with an attempt at a smile. "It hurts so infernally and aches all the way up. I can't remember bruising it, though." "Let me examine it for you," said Green. "I'm awfully good at bones, in spite of the examiner's opinion to the contrary." It was a relief to play the fool a bit, and Marriott took his coat off and rolled up his sleeve. "By George, though, I'm bleeding," he exclaimed. "Look here, what on earth's this?" On the forearm, quite close to the wrist, was a thin red line. There was a tiny drop of apparently fresh blood on it. Green came over and looked closely at it for some minutes. Then he sat back in his chair, looking curiously at his friend's face. "You've scratched yourself without knowing it," he said presently. "There's no sign of a bruise. It must be something else that made the arm ache." Marriott sat very still, staring silently at his arm, as though the solution of the whole mystery lay there, actually written upon the skin. "What's the matter? I see nothing very strange about a scratch," said Green, in an unconvincing sort of voice. "It was your cufflinks, probably. Last night in your excitement." But Marriott, white to the very lips, was trying to speak. The sweat stood in great beads on his forehead. At last, he leaned forward close to his friend's face. "Look," he said, in a low voice that shook a little. "Do you see that red mark? I mean, underneath what you call the scratch?" Green admitted he saw something or other, and Marriott wiped the place clean with his handkerchief, and told him to look again more closely. "Yes, I see," returned the other, lifting his head after a moment's careful inspection. "It looks like an old scar." "It is an old scar," whispered Marriott, his lips trembling. "Now, it all comes back to me." "All what?" Green fidgeted on his chair. He tried to laugh, but without success. His friend seemed bordering on collapse. "Hush! Be quiet, and I'll tell you," he said. "Field made that scar." For a whole minute, the two men looked each other full in the face, without speaking. "Field made that scar," repeated Marriott at length in a louder voice. "Field? You mean last night?" "No, not last night. Years ago, at school, with his knife, and I made a scar in his arm with mine." Marriott was talking rapidly now. "We exchanged drops of blood in each other's cuts. He put a drop into my arm, and I put one into his." "In the name of heaven, what for?" "It was a boy's compact. We made a sacred pledge, a bargain. I remember it all perfectly now. We had been reading some dreadful book, and we swore to appear to one another. I mean, whoever died first swore to show himself to the other, and we sealed the compact with each other's blood. I remember it all so well. The hot summer afternoon in the playground, 7 years ago, and one of the masters caught us and confiscated the knives, and I have never thought of it again to this day." "And you mean—" stammered Green. But Marriott made no answer. He got up and crossed the room and lay down wearily upon the sofa, hiding his face in his hands. Green himself was a bit nonplussed. He left his friend alone for a little while, thinking it all over again. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike him. He went over to where Marriott still lay motionless on the sofa and roused him. In any case, it was better to face the matter, whether there was an explanation or not. Giving in was always the silly exit. "I say, Marriott," he began, as the other turned his white face up to him. "There's no good being so upset about it. I mean, if it's all an hallucination, we know what to do. And if it isn't, well, we know what to think, don't we?" "I suppose so, but it frightens me horribly for some reason," returned his friend in a hushed voice. "And that poor devil. But, after all, if the worst is true, and that chap has kept his promise, well, he has, that's all, isn't it?" Marriott nodded. "There's only one thing that occurs to me," Green went on, "and that is, are you quite sure that he really ate like that? I mean that he actually ate anything at all?" he finished, blurting out all his thought. Marriott stared at him for a moment, and then said he could easily make certain. He spoke quietly. After the main shock, no less a surprise could affect him. "I put the things away myself," he said, after we had finished. "They're on the third shelf in that cupboard. No one's touched them since." He pointed without getting up, and Green took the hint and went over to look. "Exactly," he said, after a brief examination. "Just as I thought. It was partly hallucination, at any rate. The things haven't been touched. Come and see for yourself." Together they examined the shelf. There was the brown loaf, the plate of stale scones, the oat cake, all untouched. Even the glass of whiskey Marriott had poured out stood there with the whiskey still in it. "You were feeding no one," said Green. "Field ate and drank nothing. He was not there at all." But the breathing," urged the other in a low voice, staring with a dazed expression on his face. Green did not answer. He walked over to the bedroom, while Marriott followed him with his eyes. He opened the door and listened. There was no need for words. The sound of deep, regular breathing came floating through the air. There was no hallucination about that, at any rate. Marriott could hear it where he stood on the other side of the room. Green closed the door and came back. "There's only one thing to do," he declared with decision. "Write home and find out about him. And meanwhile, come and finish your reading in my rooms. I've got an extra bed." "Agreed," returned the fourth-year man. "There's no hallucination about that exam. I must pass that, whatever happens." And this was what they did. It was about a week later when Marriott got the answer from his sister. Part of it he read out to Green. "It is curious," she wrote, "that in your letter you should have inquired after Field. It seems a terrible thing, but you know only a short while ago Sir John's patience became exhausted, and he turned him out of the house, they say without a penny. Well, what do you think? He has killed himself. At least, it looks like suicide. Instead of leaving the house, he went down into the cellar and simply starved himself to death. They're trying to suppress it, of course, but I heard it all from my maid, who got it from their footman. They found the body on the 14th, and the doctor said he had died about 12 hours before. He was dreadfully thin. Then he died on the 13th, said Green. Marriott nodded. That's the very night he came to see you. Marriott nodded again. The Frontier Guards by H.R. Wakefield. What a charming little house, said Brinton, as he was walking in from a round of golf at Ellsborough with Lander. Yes, from the outside, replied Lander. What's the matter with the inside? Eozoic plumbing? No, the usual offices are neat, if not gaudy. Spengler would probably describe them as contemporary with the death of Lincoln, but it's not that. It's haunted. It is, by Jove, said Brinton, gazing up at it. Fancy such a dear little Queen Anne piece having such a nasty reputation. I see it's unoccupied. It usually is, replied Lander. Tell me about it. During dinner I will, but you seem to find something of interest about those windows on the second floor. Brinton gazed up for a moment or two longer, and then started to walk back in silence beside his host. In a few minutes they reached Lander's cottage. It was rather more pretentious than that, an engaging two-storied structure added to and modernized from time to time, formerly known as the Old Vicarage, and rechristened Lamers. Black and white and creeper-lined, with a trim little garden of rose-trees and mellow turf, 2 fine limes, and a great yew impenetrable and secret. This little garden melted into an arable expanse, and there was a lovely view over to some high Chiltern spurs. The whole place just suited Lander, who was, or it might be more accurate to say, wanted to be, a novelist, a commonplace and ill-advised ambition. But he had money of his own and could afford to wait. James Brinton, his guest for a week, and a very old friend, occupied himself with a picture gallery in Mayfair. A very small gallery, one rather small room to be exact, but he had admirable taste and made it pay. 2 hours later they sat down to dinner. Now then, said Brinton, as Mrs. Dunkley brought in the soup, tell me about that house. Well, replied Lander, I've had, as you know, much more experience of such places than most people, and I consider Pailton the worst or the best specimen I have heard or read of or experienced. For one thing, it is a killer. The majority of haunted houses are harmless. The peculiar energy they have absorbed and radiate forth is not hostile to life, but in others the radiation is malignant and fatal. Pailton has been rented 5 times in the last 12 years. In each case, the tenancy has been marked by a violent death within its walls. For my part, I have no two opinions concerning the morality of letting it at all. It should be razed to the ground. How long do its occupants stick it out, as a rule? 6 weeks is the record, and that was made by some people called Pendexter. That was 3 years ago. I knew Pendexter père, and he was a courageous and determined person. His daughter was hurled down the stairs one night and killed, and I shall never forget the mingled fury and grief with which he told me about it. Previous to that, he had detected 18 different examples of psychic action, appearances and sounds, several definitely malignant. The family had not enjoyed one single day of freedom from abnormal phenomena. How long since it was last occupied? Asked Brinton. It has been empty for a year, and I am inclined to think it will remain so. Anyone who comes down to look at it is given a pretty straight tip by one or other of us to keep away. Does it affect you violently? I have never set foot in it. What? You of all people? My dear Jim, just for that very reason. When I first discovered I was psychic, I felt flattered and anxious to experience all I could. I soon changed my mind. I found I experienced quite enough without any need for making opportunities. I do to this day. Several times I have had a visitor in the study here after dinner, an uninvited guest, and it has always been so. I have many times heard and seen things which could not be explained in places with perfectly clean bills of psychic health, and one never gets quite used to it. Terror may pass, but some distress of mind is invariable. Any person gifted or afflicted like myself will tell you the same. It seems to me sometimes as if I actually assist in evoking and materializing these appearances, that I help to establish a connection between them and the place I inhabit, that I am a most unpleasant kind of lightning conductor. Is there any possible explanation for that? Well, I have formed one, but it would take rather a long time to explain, and may be quite fallacious. Anyhow, there has never been any need for me to visit such places as Pailton, and I keep away from them if I can. Would you very much object to going in for a minute or two? Why? Well, I have been bothered all my life about this business of ghosts. I have never seen one. In a sense, I don't believe in them. Yet I am convinced you have known many. It is a maddening dualism of mind. I feel if I could just once come in contact with something of the kind, I should feel a sense of enormous relief. And you'd like me to conduct you over Pailton? Not if it would really upset you. It would be at your own risk, said Lander, smiling. I'll risk it. You mustn't imagine that you can go into a disturbed spot such as this and expect to see about 10 ghosts in as many minutes. Even in the case of such a busy hive as Pailton, there are many quiet periods, and some people simply cannot see ghosts. The odds are very much against your desire being granted. Though, if you are psychic, the atmosphere of the place would affect you at once. How? Well, you've often heard of people who know by some obscure but infallible instinct that there's a cat in the room. Just so. However, I'll certainly give you the chance. It won't seriously disturb me. I can get the key in the morning from the woman who looks after it, though I need hardly say she doesn't sleep there. There is no need for a caretaker. It was broken into once, but the burglar was found dead in the dining room, and since then the crooks have given it a wide berth. It really is dangerous, then. Beginning to feel a bit prudent? No, I shall feel safe with you. Very well, then. After coming back from golf, we'll pay it a visit. It will be dark by 5, and we'll make the excursion about 6. The chances of gratifying your curiosity will be better after dark. I'd better tell you something else. I never quite know how these places are going to affect me. Before now, I have gone off into a kind of trance and been decidedly weird, my dear Jim. My sense of time and space becomes distorted, though for your assurance I may say, he added, smiling, I am never dangerous when in this condition. Furthermore, you must be prepared to make acquaintance with a mode of existence in which the ordinary laws of existence which you have always known abdicate themselves. Bierce called his famous book of ghost stories, Can These Things Be? Assuredly they can. Now I'm sounding pompous and pontifical, but some such warning is necessary. When I touch that front door tomorrow, I may become in a sense a stranger to you. Once inside, we shall cross a frontier into a region with its own laws of time and space, and where the seemingly impossible can happen. Do you understand what I mean, and still want to go? Yes, replied Brenton, to all your questions. Very well, then, said Lander. I will now get out the chessmen and discover a complete answer to Retty's opening which you sprang on me last night. So you shall have the white pieces. November 21st was a lazy, drowsy, cloudless day, starting with a sharp ground frost which, thawing unresistingly as the sun climbed, made the tees at Ellsborough like tiny slides. In consequence, neither Brinton nor Lander played very good golf. This upset Brinton not at all, for he was thinking much more of that which was beginning to impress him as a possible ordeal, the crossing of the threshold of Paleton a few hours later. As they finished their second round, a mist, spreading like a gigantic spider's web, was beginning to raise the level of the Buckinghamshire fields. As they walked homewards, it climbed with them, keeping pace with them like a dog, sometimes hurrying ahead, then dropping back, but always with them. It was exactly 5 o'clock as they reached Lamers. Tea was ready. "Do you still want to go, Jim?" asked Lander abruptly. "Sure, Bo," replied Brinton lightly. "Here's the key," said Lander, smiling. "The open sesame to the Chamber of Horrors. The electric light is turned off, so all the light we shall have will be produced by my torch. One last word of advice. If you want to get the best chance of a thrill, try to keep your mind quite empty. Don't talk as I personally conduct this tour. Concentrate on not concentrating." "I understand what you mean," said Brinton. "Well then, let's get a move on," said Lander. An idea suddenly occurred to Brinton. "How will you be able to show me over it if you've never been inside it?" "You needn't worry about that," replied Lander. The fog was thick by now, and they wavered slightly as they groped their way down the lane, compressed by high hedges, which led to Paleton. When they reached it, Brinton's eyes turned up to observe the windows on the second floor, and then Lander stepped forward and placed the key in the lock. As the door swung open, the fog, which seemed to have been crouching at his heels, leapt forward and entered with him and inundated the passage down which he moved. The moment he was inside, something advanced to meet him. He opened a door on the left of the passage and flashed his torch round it. The fog was in there, too. Jim, he could feel, was at his elbow. "This is where they found the burglar. It's the dining room." His voice was not quite under control. "Quite a pleasant room. Smells a bit frosty." The little beam wandered from chair to desk, settling for a moment here and there. Then he shut the door and stepped along the passage till the little beam revealed a flight of stairs, which he began to climb. He still heard Brinton's steps coming up behind him. Up on the first floor, he opened another door. "This is the drawing room," he said. "The proctor's cook was found dead here in 1921. Round swung the tiny beam, fastening on chairs, tables, desks, curtains. He shut the door and began to climb another flight of stairs. He could hear Jim's feet pattering up behind him. On the second floor, he opened still another door. "This, my dear Jim, is the nasty one. It was from here Amy Pendexter fell and broke her neck." His voice had risen slightly, and he was speaking quickly. Once again he flashed his torch over chairs, tables, curtains, and a head. "Well, Jim, do you get any reaction? Do you? You can speak now." As there was no answer, he turned and swung the beam of his torch onto the person just behind him. But it wasn't Brinton who was standing at his elbow. "What's the matter, Willie?" asked Brinton. "Can't you find the keyhole?" The figure in front of him remained motionless. "Can't you find the keyhole?" asked Brinton more urgently. As the figure still remained motionless, Jim Brinton lit a match and peered forward, and then he reeled back. "Who in God's name are you?" he cried. The Theatre Upstairs by Manly Wade Wellman. Look, a picture theatre. Who'd expect one here? Luther caught my arm and dragged me to a halt. We'd been out on a directionless walk through lower Manhattan that evening. Flitting was Luther's word, cribbed, I think, from Robert W. Chambers. The old, narrow street where we now paused had an Old English name, and was somewhere south and east of Chinatown. Its line of dingy shops had foreign words on their dim windows, and lights and threadbare curtains up above where their proprietors lodged. And right before us, where Luther had stopped to gaze, was a narrow wooden door that bore a white card. Cinema, it said in bold, plain capitals, and, in small letters below, Georgia Wattell. I was prepared to be embarrassed by that name. Everyone suspected, and a few claimed to know positively, that Georgia Wattell had committed suicide at the height of her Hollywood career, because Luther had deserted her. But my companion did not flinch, only drew up that thick body of his. A smile wrinkled his handsome features, features that still meant box office to any picture, even though they were softening from too much food and drink, and so forth. Wonder which of George's things it is, Luther mused, with a gaiety slightly forced. Come on, I'll stand you a show. I didn't like it, but refusal would seem accusation, so I let him draw me through the door. We had stairs to walk up, creaky old stairs. They were so narrow that we had to mount in single file, our shoulders brushing first one wall, then the other. I was mystified, for doesn't a New York ordinance provide that theatres cannot be on upper floors? There was no light on those stairs, as I remember, only a sort of greyness filtering from above. At any rate, we saw better when we came to the little foyer at the top. A shabby man stood there, with lead-coloured eyes in his square face, and a great shock of coarse grey hair. "Admission a quarter," he mumbled, in a soft, hoarse voice, and accepted the $50 Luther produced. "Go on in." With one hand he pocketed the coin, and with the other drew back a dark, heavy curtain. We entered a long hall, groped our way to seats. We were the only patrons, so far as I could tell, and almost at once the screen lit up with the title, The Hauler, by Guy de Maupassant. "Creepy stuff. Good," muttered Luther with relish, then added some other comment on the grisly classic. What with trying to hear him and read the cast of players at the same moment, I failed in both efforts. The shimmering words on the screen dissolved into a pictured landscape, smitten by rain, which the sound apparatus mimicked drearily. In the middle distance appeared a cottage, squat and ancient, with a droopy, soft-seeming roof like the cap of a toadstool. The camera viewpoint sailed down and upon it, in what Luther called a dolly shot. We saw at close quarters the front porch. Two women sat on the top step, exchanging the inconsequential opening dialogue. Georgia Wattell, seated at centre with her sad, dark face turned front, was first recognizable. Her companion, to one side and in profile, offered to our view a flash of silver-blonde hair and a handsome feline countenance. "It's Lillian Tashman," grunted Luther, and shut up his mouth with a snap. He might have said more about this uneasy vision of two dead actresses talking and moving, but he did not. A third figure was coming into view at the left, shedding a glistening waterproof and a soaked slouch hat. My first glimpse of his smooth black hair and close-set ears seen from behind struck a chord of memory in me. Then his face swiveled around into view, and I spoke aloud. "This can't be," I protested. "Why, Rudolph Valentino died before anybody even dreamed of sound But it was Valentino, nevertheless, and he had been about to speak to the two women. However, Just as I exclaimed in my unbelieving amazement, he paused and faced front. His gaze seemed to meet mine, and suddenly I realized how big he was on the screen, 8 or 10 feet high at the least. Those brilliant eyes withered me. His lip twitched over his dazzling teeth, the contemptuous rebuke expression of an actor to a noisy audience. So devastatingly real was that shadowy snub that I almost fell from my seat. I know that Luther swore, and that I felt sweaty all over. When I recovered enough to assure myself that my imagination was too lively, Valentino had turned back to deliver his interrupted entrance line. The show went on. So far, there was nothing to remind me of de Maupassant's story as I had read it. But with Valentino's first speech and Georgia Wattel's answer, the familiar plot began. Of course, it was freely modified, like most film versions of the classics. For one thing, the victim of the invisible monster was not a man, but a woman. Georgia, to be exact. And it seemed to me at the time that this change heightened the atmosphere of helpless horror. Valentino might have done something vigorous, either spiritual or physical, against de Maupassant's horror. Georgia Wattel, with her sorrowfully lovely face and frail little body, seemed inescapably foredoomed. The remainder of the action on the porch was occupied by Georgia's description of the barely understood woes she was beginning to suffer at the hauler's hands. Miss Tashman, as her friend, and Valentino as her lover, urged her to treat everything as a fancy, and to tell herself that all would be well. She promised, but how vividly she acted the part of an unbeliever in her own assurance. Then the image of the porch, with those 3 shadows of dead players posed upon it in attitudes of life, faded away. The next scene was a French country bedroom, curtained bed, prie-dieu, and so on. Georgia Wattel entered it, unfastening her clothing. "Ho!" exploded Luther somewhat lasciviously, but I did not stop to be disgusted with him. My mind was wrestling with the situation, how items so familiar in themselves, Lower New York, the motion picture business, the performers, de Maupassant's story, could be so creepy in combination. Well, Georgia took off her dress. I saw, as often before, that she had a lovely bosom and shoulders, for all her fragility. Over her underthings she drew an ample white robe, on the collar of which fell her loosened dark hair. Kneeling for a moment at the prie-dieu, she murmured a half-audible prayer, then turned toward the bed. At that moment there entered, just where I cannot say, the hauler. It was quite the finest and weirdest film device I have ever seen. No effect in the picture versions of Frankenstein or Dracula remotely approached it. Without outline or opacity, less tangible than a shimmer of hot air, yet it gave the impression of living malevolence. I felt aware of its presence upon the screen without actually seeing it, but how could it have been suggested without being visible? I should like to discuss this point with someone else who saw the picture, but I have never yet found such a person. It was there anyway. Georgia registered sudden and uneasy knowledge of it. Her body shuddered a trifle inside the robe, and she paused as if in indecision, then moved toward the bed. A moment later she moaned wildly and staggered a bit. The thing, whatever triumph of photodramatic trickery it was, enveloped her. She went all blurred and indistinct, as though seen through water. Doesn't de Maupassant himself use that figure of speech? Then the attacking entity seemed to plop out into a faint approach to human shape. I could see shadowy arms winding around the shrinking girl, a round, featureless head bowed, as if its maw sought her throat. She screamed loudly and began to struggle. Then Valentino and Miss Tashman burst into the room. With their appearance, The hauler released her, and seemed to retire into its half-intangible condition. I, who had utterly forgotten that I saw only a film, sighed my inexpressible relief at the thing's momentary defeat, then whispered to Luther. "I don't like this," I said. "Let's get out, or I won't sleep tonight." "We stay right here," he mumbled back, his eyes bright and fascinated as they kept focused on the screen. Valentino was holding Georgia close, caressing her to quiet her hysterics and speaking reassuringly in his accented English. Lillian Tashman said something, apparently meant for comedy relief, which was badly needed at this point. But neither Luther nor I laughed. Georgia suddenly cried out in fresh fear. It's there in the corner," she wailed, turning toward the spot where the hauler must be lurking. Both her companions followed her gaze, apparently seeing nothing. For that matter, I saw nothing myself, though I well knew the thing was there. Valentino made another effort to calm her. "I'll put a bullet into it, darling," he offered, with an air of falling in with her morbid humor. "In the corner, you say?" From his pocket, he drew a revolver, but Georgia, suddenly calming her shudders, snatched the weapon from his hand. "Don't," she begged. "How can a bullet harm something that has no life like ours?" "Here, don't point that gun at me," begged Miss Tashman, retreating in comic fright. Georgia moved forward in the picture, looming larger than her companions. "You can't kill spirits," she went on, tonelessly and quite undramatically. "Bullets are for living enemies." She gazed out upon us. "Right here is where the whole business stopped being real and became nightmare." Georgia moved again, closer and closer, until her head and shoulders, with the gun hand lifted beside them, filled the screen. She looked as big as the Sphinx by then, but grim and merciless as no Sphinx ever was. And her enormous, accusing eyes weren't fixed upon me, but upon Luther. My inner self began arguing silently. "That's odd," it said plaintively. "Her gaze from the screen seems to meet that of each member of the audience. How can she be looking past me at—" Georgia spoke, between immense, hardened lips, in a voice that rolled out to fill the whole theatre. "Jan Luther!" And she swelled bigger, bigger beyond all reason, too big for the screen to contain. Suddenly, there were only the hand and the gun, turned toward us like a cannon aimed point blank. Luther was on his feet, screaming. "You can't," he challenged wildly. Why, you're only a shadow." But the screen exploded in white light that made the whole hall bright as day for just the 100th part of a second. After that, I was trying to hold Luther erect. He sagged and slumped back into his seat in spite of all I could do. Blood poured gently down his face from a neat, round hole in his forehead. I glanced wildly at the screen. The picture had shrunk back to ordinary dimensions now, showing again the bedroom, the three performers, and everything else exactly as it had been. Georgia was offering Valentino his pistol again. "Thanks, Rudy," she said. I suppose I must have run crazily out of there, for my next memory is of panting the story in broken sentences to a big, blue-coated policeman. He frowned as I tried to tell everything at once, then came back with me to the street with the foreign-labelled shops. When I couldn't find the door and its lettered card, he laughed, not very good-naturedly, and accused me of being drunk. When I tried to argue, he ordered me to move along or go to jail and sleep it off. I haven't seen Luther since, nor heard from him. There has been plenty in the papers about his disappearance, though several editors have put it down as a publicity stunt. 3 times recently, I have gone into the part of town where I lost him, and each time I have seen, at a little distance along a sidewalk or across a street, the white-haired, leaden-eyed man who admitted us to the theatre. But, though I always tried to hail him, he lost himself among the passers-by before I reached him. At length, I have decided to stay away from there altogether. I wish I could stop thinking about the affair as well. The Terror by Night by E.F. Benson. The transference of emotion is a phenomenon so common, so constantly witnessed, that mankind in general have long ceased to be conscious of its existence, as a thing worth our wonder or consideration, regarding it as being as natural and commonplace as the transference of things that act by the ascertained laws of matter. Nobody, for instance, is surprised if, when the room is too hot, the opening of a window causes the cold, fresh air of outside to be transferred into the room. And in the same way, no one is surprised when, into the same room perhaps, which we will imagine as being peopled with dull and gloomy persons, there enters someone of fresh and sunny mind, who instantly brings into the stuffy mental atmosphere a change analogous to that of the opened windows. Exactly how this infection is conveyed, we do not know. Considering the wireless wonders that act by material laws, which are already beginning to lose their wonder now that we have our newspaper brought as a matter of course every morning in mid-Atlantic, it would not perhaps be rash to conjecture that in some subtle and occult way the transference of emotion is in reality material too. Certainly, to take another instance, the sight of definitely material things like writing on a page conveys emotion apparently direct to our minds, as when our pleasure or pity is stirred by a book, and it is therefore possible that mind may act on mind by means as material as that. Occasionally, however, we come across phenomena which, though they may easily be as material as any of these things, are rarer, and therefore more astounding. Some people call them ghosts, some conjuring tricks, and some nonsense. It seems simpler to group them under the head of transferred emotions, and they may appeal to any of the senses. Some ghosts are seen, some heard, some felt, and though I know of no instance of a ghost being tasted, yet it will seem in the following pages that these occult phenomena may appeal at any rate to the senses that perceive heat, cold, or smell. For, to take the analogy of wireless telegraphy, we are all of us probably receivers to some extent, and catch now and then a message or part of a message that the eternal waves of emotion are ceaselessly shouting aloud to those who have ears to hear, and materializing themselves for those who have eyes to see. Not being, as a rule, perfectly tuned, we grasp but pieces and fragments of such messages, a few coherent words, it may be, or a few words which seem to have no sense. The following story, however, to my mind is interesting, because it shows how different pieces of what no doubt was one message were received and recorded by several different people simultaneously. 10 years have elapsed since the events recorded took place, but they were written down at the time. Jack Lorimer and I were very old friends before he married, and his marriage to a first cousin of mine did not make, as so often happens, a slackening in our intimacy. Within a few months after, it was found out that his wife had consumption, and without any loss of time, she was sent off to Davos, with her sister to look after her. The disease had evidently been detected at a very early stage, and there was excellent ground for hoping that with proper care and strict regime, she would be cured by the life-giving frosts of that wonderful valley. The two had gone out in the November of which I am speaking, and Jack and I joined them for a month at Christmas, and found that week after week she was steadily and quickly gaining ground. We had to be back in town by the end of January, but it was settled that Ida should remain out with her sister for a week or two more. They both, I remember, came down to the station to see us off, and I am not likely to forget the last words that passed. "Oh, don't look so woebegone, Jack," his wife had said. "You'll see me again before long." Then the fussy little mountain engine squeaked, as a puppy squeaks when its toe is trodden on, and we puffed our way up the pass. London was in its usual desperate February plight when we got back, full of fogs and stillborn frosts that seemed to produce a cold far more bitter than the piercing temperature of those sunny altitudes from which we had come. We both, I think, felt rather lonely, and even before we had got to our journey's end, we had settled that for the present it was ridiculous that we should keep open 2 houses, when one would suffice, and would also be far more cheerful for us both. So, as we both lived in almost identical houses in the same street in Chelsea, we decided to live in the house which the coin indicated. Heads mine, tails his, share expenses, attempt to let the other house, and, if successful, share the proceeds. A French 5-franc piece of the Second Empire told us it was heads. We had been back some 10 days, receiving every day the most excellent accounts from Davos, when, first on him, then on me, there descended like some tropical storm a feeling of indefinable fear. Very possibly this sense of apprehension, for there is nothing in the world so virulently infectious, reached me through him. On the other hand, both these attacks of vague foreboding may have come from the same source, but it is true that it did not attack me till he spoke of it, so the possibility perhaps inclines to my having caught it from him. He spoke of it first, I remember, one evening when we had met for a good-night talk, after having come back from separate houses where we had dined. "I felt most awfully down all day," he said, "and just after receiving this splendid account from Daisy, I can't think what is the matter." He poured himself out some whiskey and soda as he spoke. "Oh, touch of liver," I said. "I shouldn't drink that if I were you. Give it me instead." "I was never better in my life," he said. I was opening letters as we talked, and came across one from the house agent, which, with trembling eagerness, I read. "Hurrah!" I cried. "Offer of 5 guineas. Why can't he write it in proper English? 5 guineas a week till Easter for number 31. We shall roll in guineas." "Oh, but I can't stop here till Easter," he said. "I don't see why not. Nor, by the way, does Daisy. I heard from her this morning, and she told me to persuade you to stop. That's to say, if you like. It really is more cheerful for you here. I forgot, you were telling me something." The glorious news about the weekly guineas did not cheer him up in the least. "Thanks awfully. Of course I'll stop." He moved up and down the room once or twice. "No, it's not me that is wrong," he said. "It's it, whatever it is, the terror by night, which you are commanded not to be afraid of," I remarked. "I know, it's easy commanding. I'm frightened. Something's coming." 5 guineas a week are coming," I said. "I shan't sit up and be infected by your fears. All that matters, Davos, is going as well as it can. What was the last report? Incredibly better. Take that to bed with you." The infection, if infection it was, did not take hold of me then, for I remember going to sleep feeling quite cheerful, but I awoke in some dark, still hour, and it, the terror by night, had come while I slept. Fear and misgiving, blind, unreasonable, and paralyzing, had taken and gripped me. What was it? Just as by an aneroid we can foretell the approach of storm, so by this sinking of the spirit, unlike anything I had ever felt before, I felt sure that disaster of some sort was presaged. Jack saw it at once when we met at breakfast next morning, in the brown, haggard light of a foggy day, not dark enough for candles, but dismal beyond all telling. "So it has come to you, too," he said. And I had not even the fighting power left to tell him that I was merely slightly unwell. Besides, never in my life had I felt better. All next day, All the day after, that fear lay like a black cloak over my mind. I did not know what I dreaded, but it was something very acute, something that was very near. It was coming nearer every moment, spreading like a pall of clouds over the sky. But on the third day, after miserably cowering under it, I suppose some sort of courage came back to me. Either this was pure imagination, some trick of disordered nerves or what-not, in which case we were both disquieting ourselves in vain, or from the immeasurable waves of emotion that beat upon the minds of men, something within both of us had caught a current, a pressure. In either case, it was infinitely better to try, however ineffectively, to stand up against it. For these 2 days, I had neither worked nor played. I had only shrunk and shuddered. I planned for myself a busy day, with diversion for us both in the evening. "We will dine early," I said, "and go to the man from Blankly's. I have already asked Philip to come, and he is coming, and I have telephoned for tickets. Dinner at 7. Philip, I may remark, is an old friend of ours, neighbour in this street, and by profession a much-respected doctor." Jack laid down his paper. "Yes, I expect you're right," he said. "It's no use doing nothing. It doesn't help things. Did you sleep well?" "Yes, beautifully," I said rather snappishly, for I was all on edge with the added burden of an almost sleepless night. "I wish I had," said he. This would not do at all. "We have got to play up," I said. "Here are we, 2 strong and stalwart persons, with as much cause for satisfaction with life as any you can mention, letting ourselves behave like worms. Our fear may be over things imaginary, or over things that are real, but it's the fact of being afraid that is so despicable. There is nothing in the world to fear except fear. You know that as well as I do. Now, let's read our papers with interest. Which do you back, Mr. Druce or the Duke of Portland, or the Times Book Club?" That day, therefore, passed very busily for me, and there were enough events moving in front of that black background, which I was conscious was there all the time, to enable me to keep my eyes away from it, and I was detained rather late at the office, and had to drive back to Chelsea, in order to be in time to dress for dinner, instead of walking back as I'd intended. Then the message, which for these 3 days had been twittering in our minds, the receivers, just making them quiver and rattle, came through. I found Jack already dressed, since it was within a minute or 2 of 7 when I got in, and sitting in the drawing-room. The day had been warm and muggy, but when I looked in on the way up to my room, it seemed to me to have grown suddenly and bitterly cold, not with the dampness of English frost, but with the clear and stinging exhilaration of such days as we had recently spent in Switzerland. Fire was laid in the grate, but not lit, and I went down on my knees on the hearthrug to light it. "Why, it's freezing in here," I said. "What donkeys servants are! It never occurs to them that you want fires in cold weather and no fires in hot weather." "Oh, for heaven's sake, don't light the fire," said he. "It's the warmest, muggiest evening I ever remember." I stared at him in astonishment. My hands were shaking with the cold. He saw this. "Why, you're shivering," he said. "Have you caught a chill? But as to the room being cold, let us look at the thermometer." There was one on the writing table. 65, he said. There was no disputing that, nor did I want to, for at that moment it suddenly struck us, dimly and distantly, that it was coming through. I felt it like some curious internal vibration. "Hot or cold, I must go and dress," I said, still shivering, but feeling as if I was breathing some rarefied, exhilarating air. I went up to my room. My clothes were already laid out, but by an oversight no hot water had been brought up, and I rang for my man. He came up almost at once, but he looked scared, or to my already startled senses he appeared so. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Nothing, sir," he said, and he could hardly articulate the words. "I thought you rang." Yes, hot water, but what's the matter? He shifted from one foot to the other. I thought I saw a lady on the stairs, he said, coming up close behind me, and the front doorbell hadn't rung, that I heard. Where did you think you saw her? I asked. On the stairs, then on the landing outside the drawing-room door, sir, he said. She stood there as if she didn't know whether to go in or not. One of the servants, I said, but again I felt that it was coming through. No, sir, it was none of the servants, he said. Who was it then? Couldn't see distinctly, sir. It was dim-like, but I thought it was Mrs. Lorimer. Oh, go and get me some hot water, I said. But he lingered. He was quite clearly frightened. At this moment the front doorbell rang. It was just 7, and already Philip had come with brutal punctuality, while I was not yet half-dressed. That's Dr. Enderley, I said. Perhaps if he is on the stairs you may be able to pass the place where you saw the lady. Then, quite suddenly, there rang through the house a scream, so terrible, so appalling in its agony and supreme terror, that I simply stood still and shuddered, unable to move. Then, by an effort so violent that I felt as if something must break, I recalled the power of motion and ran downstairs, my man at my heels, to meet Philip, who was running up from the ground floor. He had heard it too. "What's the matter?" he said. "What was that?" Together, we went into the drawing-room. Jack was lying in front of the fireplace, with the chair in which he had been sitting a few minutes before overturned. Philip went straight to him and bent over him, tearing open his white shirt. "Open all the windows," he said. "The place reeks." We flung open the windows, and there poured in, so it seemed to me, a stream of hot air into the bitter cold. Eventually, Philip got up. "He is dead," he said. "Keep the windows open. The place is still thick with chloroform." Gradually, to my sense, the room got warmer. To Philip's, the drug-laden atmosphere dispersed. But neither my servant nor I had smelt anything at all. A couple of hours later, there came a telegram from Davos for me. It was to tell me to break the news of Daisy's death to Jack, and was sent by her sister. She supposed he would come out immediately, but he had been gone 2 hours now. I left for Davos next day, and learned what had happened. Daisy had been suffering for 3 days from a little abscess which had to be opened, and though the operation was of the slightest, she had been so nervous about it that the doctor gave her chloroform. She made a good recovery from the anesthetic, but an hour later had a sudden attack of syncope, and had died that night at a few minutes before 8, by Central European time, corresponding to 7 in English time. She had insisted that Jack should be told nothing about this little operation till it was over, since the matter was quite unconnected with her general health, and she did not wish to cause him needless anxiety. And there the story ends. To my servant there came the sight of a woman outside the drawing-room door, where Jack was, hesitating about her entrance, at the moment when Daisy's soul hovered between the two worlds. To me there came, I do not think it is fanciful to suppose this, the keen, exhilarating cold of Davos. To Philip there came the fumes of chloroform. And to Jack, I must suppose, came his wife. So he joined her. The Burned House by Vincent O'Sullivan. One night at the end of dinner, the last time I crossed the Atlantic, somebody in our group remarked that we were just passing over the spot where the Lusitania had gone down. Whether this were the case or not, The thought of it was enough to make us rather grave, and we dropped into some more or less serious discussion about the emotions of men and women who see all hope gone and realize that they are going to sink with the vessel. From that the talk wandered to the fate of the drowned. Was not theirs, after all, a fortunate end? Somebody related details from the narratives of those who had been all but drowned in the accident of the war. A Scotch lady inquired fancifully if the ghosts of those who are lost at sea ever appear above the waters and come aboard ships. Would there be danger of seeing one when the light was turned out in her cabin? This put an end to all seriousness, and most of us laughed. But a little tight-faced man, bleak and iron-grey, who had been listening attentively, did not laugh. The lady noticed his decorum and appealed to him for support. "You are like me. You believe in ghosts?" she asked lightly. He hesitated, thinking it over. "In ghosts?" he repeated slowly. "No, I don't know as I do. I've never had any personal experience that way. I've never seen the ghost of anyone I knew. Has anybody here?" No one replied. Instead, most of us laughed again, a little uneasily perhaps. "All the same, strange enough things happen in life," resumed the man, "even if you leave out ghosts that you can't clear up by laughing. You laugh till you've had some experience big enough to shock you, and then you don't laugh any more. It's like being thrown out of a car." At this moment there was a blast on the whistle, and everybody rushed up on deck. As it turned out, we had only entered into a belt of fog. On the upper deck I fell in again with the little man, smoking a cigar and walking up and down. We took a few turns together, and he referred to the conversation at dinner. Our laughter evidently rankled in his mind. "So many strange things happen in life that you can't account for," he protested. "You go on laughing at faith healing, and at dreams, and this and that, and then something comes along that you just can't explain. You've got to throw up your hands and allow that it doesn't answer to any tests our experience has provided us with. Now, I'm as matter-of-fact a man as any of those folks down there, but once I had an experience which I had to conclude was out of the ordinary. Whether other people believe it or not, or whether they think they can explain it, don't matter. It happened to me, and I could no more doubt it than I could doubt having had a tooth pulled after the dentist had done it. If you will sit down here with me in this corner, out of the wind, I'll tell you how it was. Some years ago, I had to be for several months in the north of England. I was before the courts. It does not signify now what for, and it is all forgotten by this time. But it was a long and worrying case, and it aged me by 20 years. Well, sir, all through the trial in that grimy Manchester courtroom, I kept thinking and thinking of a fresh little place I knew in the Lake District, and it helped to get through the hours by thinking that if things went well with me, I'd go there at once. And so it was that on the very next morning after I was acquitted, I boarded the northbound train. It was the early autumn. The days were closing in, and it was night and cold when I arrived. The village was very dark and deserted. They don't go out much after dark in those parts anyhow, and the keen mountain wind was enough to quell any lingering desire. The hotel was not one of those modern places which are equipped and upholstered like the great city hotels. It was one of the real old-fashioned taverns, about as uncomfortable places as there are on earth, where the idea is to show the traveller that travelling is a penitential state, and that, morally and physically, the best place for him is home. The landlord brought me a kind of supper, with his hat on and a pipe in his mouth. The room was chilly, but when I asked for a fire, he said he guessed he couldn't go out to the woodshed till morning. There was nothing else to do when I'd eaten my supper but to go outside, both to get the smell of the lamp out of my nose and to warm myself by a short walk. As I did not know the country well, I did not mean to go far. But, although it was an overcast night, with a high northeast wind and an occasional flurry of rain, the moon was up, and even concealed by clouds as it was, it yet lit the night with a kind of twilight grey. Not vivid like the open moonlight, but good enough to see some distance. On account of this, I prolonged my stroll and kept walking on, till I was a considerable way from the village, and in a region as lonely as anywhere in the country. Great trees and shrubs bordered the road, and many feet below was a mountain stream. What with the passion of the wind pouring through the high trees, and the shout of the water racing among the boulders, it seemed to me sometimes like the noise of a crowd of people. Sometimes the branches of the trees became so thick that I was walking as if in a black pit, unable to see my hand close to my face. Then, coming out from the tunnel of branches, I would step once more into a grey clearness which opened the road and surrounding country a good way on all sides. I suppose it might be some 3/4 of an hour I had been walking when I came to a fork of the road. One branch ran downward, getting almost on a level with the bed of the torrent. The other mounted in a steep hill, and this, after a little idle debating, I decided to follow. After I had climbed for more than half a mile, thinking that if I should happen to lose track of one of the landmarks I should be very badly lost, the path, for it was now no more than that, curved, and I came out on a broad plateau. There, to my astonishment, I saw a house. It was a good-sized house, 3 stories high, with a veranda round 2 sides of it, and from the elevation on which it stood, it commanded a far stretch of country. There were a few great trees at a little distance from the house, and behind it, a stone's throw away, was a clump of bushes. Still it looked lonely and stark, offering its 4 sides unprotected to the winds. For all that, I was very glad to see it. It does not matter now, I thought, whether I have lost my way or not. The people in the house will set me right. But when I came up to it, I found that it was, to all appearance, uninhabited. The shutters were closed on all the windows. There was not a spark of light anywhere. There was something about it, something sinister and barren, that gave me the kind of shiver you have at the door of a room where you know that a dead man lies inside, or if you get thinking hard about dropping over the rail into that black waste of waters out there. This feeling, you know, isn't altogether unpleasant. You relish all the better your present security. It was the same with me standing before that house. I was not really frightened. I was alone up there, miles from any kind of help, at the mercy of whoever might be lurking behind the shutters of that sullen house. But I felt that by all the chances I was perfectly alone and safe. My sensation of the uncanny was due to the effect on the nerves produced by wild scenery and the unexpected sight of a house in such a very lonely situation. Thus I reasoned, and instead of following the road farther, I walked over the grass till I came to a stone wall, perhaps 250 yards in front of the house, and rested my arms on it, looking forth at the scene. On the crests of the hills far away a strange light lingered, like the first touch of dawn in the sky on a rainy morning, or the last glimpse of twilight before night comes. Between me and the hills was a wide stretch of open country. On my right hand was an apple orchard, and I observed that a stile had been made in the wall of piled stones to enable the house people to go back and forth. Now, after I had been there leaning on the wall some considerable time, I saw a man coming towards me through the orchard. He was walking with a good, free stride, and as he drew nearer, I could see that he was a tall, sinewy fellow between 25 and 30, with a shaven face, wearing a slouch hat, a dark woolen shirt, and gaiters. When he reached the stile and began climbing over it, I bade him good night in neighbourly fashion. He made no reply, but he looked me straight in the face, and the look gave me a qualm. Not that it was an evil face, mind you. It was a handsome, serious face, but it was ravaged by some terrible passion. Stealth was on it, ruthlessness, and a deadly resolution, and at the same time such a look as a man driven by some uncontrollable power might throw on surrounding things, asking for comprehension and mercy. It was impossible for me to resent his churlishness. His thoughts were so certainly elsewhere. I doubt if he even saw me. He could not have gone by more than a quarter of a minute when I turned to look after him. He had disappeared. The plateau lay bare before me, and it seemed impossible that, even if he had sprinted like an athlete, he could have got inside the house in so little time. But I have always made it a rule to attribute what I cannot understand to natural causes that I have failed to observe. I said to myself that no doubt the man had gone back into the orchard by some other opening in the wall lower down, or there might be some flaw in my vision owing to the uncertain and distorting light. But even as I continued to look towards the house, leaning my back now against the wall, I noticed that there were lights springing up in the windows behind the shutters. They were flickering lights, now bright, now dim, and had a ruddy glow like firelight. Before I had looked long, I became convinced that it was indeed firelight. The house was on fire. Black smoke began to pour from the roof. The red sparks flew in the wind. Then, at a window above the roof of the veranda, the shutters were thrown open, and I heard a woman shriek. I ran towards the house as hard as I could, and when I drew near I could see her plainly. She was a young woman. Her hair fell in disorder over her white nightgown. She stretched out her bare arms, screaming. I saw a man come behind and seize her, but they were caught in a trap. The flames were licking round the windows, and the smoke was killing them. Even now the part of the house where they stood was caving in. Appalled by this horrible tragedy which had thus suddenly risen before me, I made my way still nearer the house, thinking that if the two could struggle to the side of the house not bounded by the veranda, they might jump, and I might break the fall. I was shouting this at them. I was right up close to the fire. And then I was struck by, I noticed for the first time an astonishing thing. The flames had no heat in them. I was standing near enough to the fire to be singed by it, and yet I felt no heat. The sparks were flying about my head. Some fell on my hands, and they did not burn. And now I perceived that, although the smoke was rolling in columns, I was not choked by the smoke, and that there had been no smell of smoke since the fire broke out. Neither was there any glare against the sky. As I stood there, stupefied, wondering how these things could be, the whole house was swept by a very tornado of flame and crashed down in a red ruin. Stricken to the heart by this abominable catastrophe, I made my way uncertainly down the hill, shouting for help. As I came to a little wooden bridge spanning the torrent, just beyond where the roads forked, I saw what appeared to be a rope in loose coils lying there. I saw that part of it was fastened to the railing of the bridge and hung outside, and I looked over. There was a man's body swinging by the neck between the road and the stream. I leaned over still farther, and then I recognized him as the man I had seen coming out of the orchard. His hat had fallen off, and the toes of his boots just touched the water. It seemed hardly possible, and yet it was certain. That was the man, and he was hanging there. I scrambled down at the side of the bridge and put out my hand to seize the body so that I might lift it up and relieve the weight on the rope. I succeeded in clutching hold of his loose shirt, and for a second I thought that it had come away in my hand. Then I found that my hand had closed on nothing. I had clutched nothing but air, and yet the figure swung by the neck before my eyes. I was suffocated with such horror that I feared for a moment I must lose consciousness. The next minute I was running and stumbling along that dark road in mortal anxiety, my one idea being to rouse the town and bring men to the bridge. That, I say, was my intention, But the fact is that when I came at last in sight of the village, I slowed down instinctively and began to reflect. After all, I was unknown there. I had just gone through a disagreeable trial in Manchester, and rural people were notoriously given to groundless suspicion. I had had enough of the law and of arrests without sufficient evidence. The wisest thing would be to drop a hint or two before the landlord, and judge by his demeanour whether to proceed. I found him sitting where I had left him, smoking in his shirt-sleeves, with his hat on. "Well," he said slowly, "I didn't know where you had got to." I told him I had been taking a walk. I went on to mention casually the fork in the road, the hill, and the plateau. "And who lives in that house?" I asked with a good show of indifference. "On top of the hill." He stared. "House? There ain't no house up there," he said positively. "Old Joe Snedeker, who owns the land, says he's going to build a house up there for his son to live in when he gets married. But he ain't begun yet, and some folks reckon he never will." "I feel sure I saw a house," I protested feebly. "But I was thinking, no heat in the fire, no substance in the body. I had not the courage to dispute." The landlord looked at me, not unkindly. "You seem sort of done up," he remarked. "What you want is to go to bed." The man who was telling me the story paused, and for a moment we sat silent, listening to the pant of the machinery, the thrumming of the wind in the wire stays, and the lash of the sea. Some voices were singing on the deck below. I considered him with the shade of contemptuous superiority we feel, as a rule, towards those who tell us their dreams or what some fortune-teller has predicted. "Hallucinations," I said at last, with reassuring indulgence. "Trick of the vision, toxic ophthalmia. After the long strain of your trial, your nerves were shattered." "That's what I thought myself," he replied shortly, "especially after I'd been out to the plateau the next morning and saw no sign that a house had ever stood there." "And no corpse at the bridge?" I said, and laughed. "And no corpse at the bridge." He tried to get a light for another cigar. This took him some little time, and when at last he managed it, he got out of his chair and stood looking down at me. "Now listen. I told you that the thing happened several years ago. I'd got almost to forget it. If you can only persuade yourself that a thing is a freak of imagination, it pretty soon gets dim inside your head. Delusions have no staying power once it is realized that they are delusions. Whenever it did come back to me, I used to think how near I had once been to going out of my mind. That was all. Well, last year, being up north, I went up to that village again. I went to the same hotel and found the same landlord. He remembered me at once as the fellow who stayed with him and thought he saw a house. 'I believe you had the Jim Jams,' he said. We laughed, and the landlord went on. 'There's been a house there since, though.' 'Has there?' 'Yes, and it'd have been as well if there never had been. Old Snedeker built it for his son, a fine, big house with a veranda on two sides. The son, young Joe, got courting Mabel Elting from Windermere. She had gone down to work in a shop somewhere in Liverpool. Well, sir, she used to get carrying on with another young fellow about here, Jim Travers, and Jim was wild about her. Used to save up his wages to go down to see her. But she chucked him in the end and married Joe. I suppose because Joe had the house and the old man's money to expect. Well, poor Jim must have gone quite mad. What do you think he did? The very first night the new-wed pair spent in that house, he burned it down, burned the two of them in their bed, and he was as nice and quiet a fellow as you want to see. He may have been full of whiskey at the time.' 'No, he wasn't,' I said. The landlord looked surprised. 'You've heard about it?' 'No. Go on.' 'Yes, sir, he burned them in their bed. And then what do you think he did? He hung himself at the little bridge 1/2 a mile below. Do you remember where the road divides? Well, it was there. I saw his body hanging there myself the next morning. The toes of his boots were just touching the water. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time.